Hello everyone, let's see if it's going to work today. We always hope it works. And we don't want it banging on the desk, so let's see if it can manage to stay up. Yeah, it's going to stay up. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be nice. Right, that's good. Hello everyone. Something medieval this way comes. Hey! Yes, I know, I've still... I do attempt to give the helmet back to Drac, who very kindly loaned it to me. I do. Hello, everyone. I do attempt to give it back to him. Right then, Carl van Gasbeck. Hello, Vaishal Hollow, the latter day biplane of omniscience. That's slightly worrying. The Blackburn was many things. Omniscient, probably not. However, as you can see, this is today's pile of books. There is a nice mixture amongst them. They are medieval. I have some chocolate bars. I have some Eccles cakes. And I don't have a full bottle of Iron Brew, but I have 2 more bottles in the garage. So honestly, if I do need more, I will just put a slide up and I will go grab some. And I'm with you for the next, probably 3 to 4 hours, knowing me. So, let's see. Hello, Carl van Gasbeck. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Rick Vasava. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Blue Ship Buddha. Hello, Nook. Hello, DG40. Hello, Cahedron. Hello, Bart Foster. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Dan Freeman. Hi, all. Blessings of the Blackburn be upon this live stream, especially computer. It may be observed to work smoothly with XSplit. Seriously, one of the interesting things is, since I've had this laptop, touch wood, it has been slightly happier with XSplit. XSplit has been happier, which is good. I'm still trying to get all the cameras happy with it, because as you can see, for some reason this is a bit blurry here, but it's actually got my face in quite good focus, and the text behind me is for some reason more readable than the text on the screen here. It happens. Once I get the PC, I am more and more convinced is a graphics card issue because of the various things I've been doing on the computer. So basically, new graphics card. Yay! 200 quid when it comes. Yowza. But it should be an okay graphics card. I have to admit, there were other ones which were more expensive, which I was looking at going, ooh, they'd be lovely. But then I was thinking, hang on, my budget. So, and it's a good graphics card with multiple HDMI cables. There is, though, something new I'm doing today which I haven't done before. And this is going to seem rather strange to you all, but traditionally, I have everything running on one screen. So I have to flick between things, to watch the chat, to check on the video streams working, to check YouTube is working. Now I've got the video stream and YouTube on the same screen. I can sort of see them because one only takes up half the screen and the other one I can see behind it. And I've got chat on another screen there, a big one, which is, thank you. Thank you for the big screen. It's very, very useful. And so I'm now using the big screen to display all the chat. So hopefully I shouldn't lose track of the chat. We can always hope. Right, so. Cahedron, may it shield us from observation by the cursed biplane. This is getting worrying. Good evening, heretics. Seriously, my chat has become very medieval. There is heresies, there is a religion going on of sorts. There are various prophets, some of them willing, some of them not so willing. Hello, Bart Foster. Hello, DGB40. Hello, John Aviator Enterprise. Hello, Matthias Slavic. Hello, the Liga 30. Hello. Thank you for calling me Professor. Unfortunately, I am just Doctor, but There again, most of my American students still always call me professor because they're used to being taught by professors. But yeah, in the UK, professor is something different. I am doctor. I have to publish a lot more and get a chair. It's usually how you become professor in the UK. So if eventually I succeed Andrew Lambert and probably whoever succeeds him as the Lawson Chair of Naval History, or that's probably if I got that. If I eventually got to that post, that'd probably be, i.e., I wouldn't have enough publications to succeed Andrew Lambert currently, so someone else would take the post. And then in about 20 years' time, after that they retired, if I was still going, I would possibly be on the running for the post. So that's how you get a chair of naval history. Let's see. Hello, Blue Shirt Blue Dart. Hello, Lucas Yash. Hello, Yash. Hello, Timu Luka. Hello, Jess B. That doesn't look comfortable. It surprisingly is comfortable, but it's mainly comfortable because of this. What every good medieval soldier really needed. An insulate hat. Rather, a insulate hat. I'm sure they did, actually, and this is one of the things. If you ever watch Shadowversity, he talks about all the various different, really does go into quite a lot of detail on the various different types of armour and clothing that soldiers would wear. And I'm fairly sure that, frankly, the only way that this sort of helmet would have ever been comfortable is if you had a cap underneath it. Also help with making that less painful. I'm sure Kahedra isn't borrowing any of Drak's cutlery. Well, I'm not borrowing his cutlery. I've got my own sledgehammer, though. I've been using it to build fences recently. And the reason it's in my office is because I've been building the fences outside my office, so it was just easier to keep it here than put it in the garage. For the moment. Evening, Martin Symes, even Carl Gersberg. Once a monolith observed the Blackburn Blackburn or the TARDIS. Since then, causality is hard to observe. Hello, Dr. Law, I mean Ming the Merciless. Ooh, that could be cool. Hello, GC Fusion. Yes. For those wondering about GC's comment, I'll post the source the thing I used. So, I posted this earlier to Twitter because I got rejected for a lecturing post for not having enough social media engagement. On Friday, and I'm kind of confused because I thought I was doing quite well for an academic of my level, but apparently I'm not. Well, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Hello, Bug Guy 8829. I know, sledgehammers work wonders on persuading computers. To be fair, more what I found is that me walking around the sledgehammer, even when I was just going down to do some work on the fence post, has scared every single cat in our area from out of our garden, I think. At least 3 of them went running off. It was either me walking down anyway, but I was carrying the sledgehammer at the time, so I'm going to put down a sledgehammer. Sometimes I wonder if they... Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. But as you see, I have plenty of books with me today. And that is the purpose. Medieval history. We're going to be looking at some book stuff. Some of the very cool books out there. And there are some really, really, really cool books. And that's the thing. That's what I like about this sort of scenario. There are lots of cool books out to talk about. Now, I'm going to start off with the Safeguard of the Sea. Now, you will have no doubt seen me talk in the past about this book. And probably I have mentioned this book, discussed it, gone into it a lot. This is, of course, Nicholas Rodger's Command of the Ocean. It's one of those books which, frankly, there is pre-it and post-it in naval history. There is pre-it and there is post-it. Naval history pre-it was very good, and naval history post-it has been very good. But this has set the standard for trying to combine a huge amount of information to set up what is pretty much one of the most inclusive studies of naval history of its period. What is less spoken about is the forthcoming book, which is about the period after this, which still hasn't come out, or this one. And yeah, there you go. Safeguarding the Sea. Nicholas Rodger. This is Naval History of Britain 660 to 1649. It is the period before this, basically. And it is naval history. Well, there is a reason this is massive and this is thinner. There is a lot less that happens in this period. But you can argue, I would argue it's more complex. At least one of my colleagues, a guy called Samuel McLean, would certainly argue it was a lot more complex than that. But this is that period. And this is worth reading. This is a really, really cool book. Hello, Sean Mack. Hello, John South. Do you need to be pretty and have a more active Instagram reel like Susanna Lusco? I don't know. I probably do need. Let's be honest. I do look like I haven't been going to the gym for the last year. I've gone from the body I had with still being a sedentary naval historian, but three or four visits to gym a week and 3 or 4 swimmers a week, to, well, a body which I've still been eating the same amount of food despite not doing the same amount of exercise. I will get back to that. But I doubt that's it. I've seen most naval history departments. Honestly, compared to them, I'm svelte. And I don't mind saying that. I don't think they're going to be too upset with me if I'm ending that one. Well, I don't think I have as many as good dogs here. I spent a day packing my books this week to move. I need more small boxes. Yeah, as you by all know, one of the worst, the person coming to help me with all the building has been Dirac. Since our builder, we had the issues with the builders who actually haven't done what they were supposed to do. And he does find it slightly amazing every time he comes in here. He swears the books have multiplied. And there are books he wasn't sure, he didn't even know about that have appeared in here. And he's gone, oh. Right then. Lockdown torpedo bulges. Yeah. Anyway, why do I like this book? Well, secretly, I actually prefer this book to this one. Because this one is so massive, it is in many ways a book which honestly, it's about 3 or 4 books in one. And you can go through and read the different topics. It feels very repetitive because it has to keep covering the same ground again and again from different aspects. Which is fine, because it's what it's set out to do. This book is actually the easier read. And it's cute. It's got these nice little pictures in. It's got things like that's the 14th century lighthouse. And there is something cute about periods we often are disparaging about in terms of what was going on at the time, and going, oh, well, they still had lighthouses then. And, you know, we often try and, well, I often find some of my colleagues write off certain periods and go, oh, not much was done there, or not much was discovered there. And most of that is traditional fault. But I have a theory about that. It's like I have a theory about why we call certain period the Dark Ages. It's largely because we spend a lot of time idolizing the Romans and the Greeks. And there is actually a period where you're, especially in the Renaissance, where you're idolizing the Romans and the Greeks because warfare especially is changing again, and nobility are changing again, and they are trying to change warfare into a mass nation-state model again, which means you need a different times of doctrine, a different type of training. They're trying to draw from the nearest peer experience they can draw from, which is the Romans. So if you put Romans up on a pedestal militarily, you put them up on a pedestal in other ways. And the thing was, you then draw on that information, and that helps you. So you therefore have to put them up there. So you can only put something up that high if you then say, well, why are we still like that to this day? Oh, well, the Dark Ages happened and it was terrible, da-da-da-da-da. And so go, was it? Was there really no government? Was there really no... Then look around and you go, well, things were a lot more complex than just a simple reading of the text. Anyway, let's go for administration. 1216 to 1420. The concept of a navy as a permanent fighting service did not exist in the northern world in the Middle Ages. In Mediterranean, a clear distinction was understood between galleys, predominantly used for war, and in Venice, maintained on a permanent footing, and the round ships which carried most trade. In the British Isles, both the concept and the organisation of a fighting sea service were much less distinct. No words any longer existed in any local languages which clearly distinguished warships from merchantmen, or described an established fighting service. In this sense, there was no English or Scots navy during the Middle Ages. The French word navy was in common use, but it referred to a body of shipping at large. Depending on the context, it might mean the whole merchant fleet of the country, or all the ships participating in a single trade, or those forming a particular convoy or squadron. A navy of the next vintage meant the shipping sailing to Bordeaux for next year's wine. And when the House of Commons in 1415 invoked the navy, the chief support of the well-being, earnings and prosperities of your kingdom, they're referring to the merchant fleet, though Henry V, almost alone among medieval kings, actually had something like a royal navy in the modern sense. Even when people referred to the king's ships, they did not necessarily mean the ships belonging to the crown or were in any sense in regular royal service. Ships might be called king's ships, which actually belonged to the king, or in which he held shares, but they were equally or more likely to be privately owned ships chartered for royal service or arrested to serve without payment. For a time in the 14th century, the suffix of Westminster, later of the Tower, was attached to the king's ships almost in the manner of the modern HMS. But ship of the Tower soon came to be used as one of the several phrases for a warship, in the sense of a merchant ship fitted for war, and ceased to distinguish the king's own ships with any precision. Even when ships were built at the king's command, it is often unclear who considered to own them. Sometimes the Exchequer actually paid for them directly, or indirectly allowed the cost to be offset against the tax revenue owed by towns which had built the ships, or compensated them in some other way. Winchester's Charter of Privileges was renewed without charge in 1378 because they made a Ballinger. At other times, towns were ordered to build ships at their own expense, in which case they might be considered as owning them, or promised that they would revert to private ownership after a period of royal service. The king's own ships, differing little from ordinary merchantmen in design, were able to carry cargo if not needed for war. Often they went to Bordeaux to fetch wine for the royal household, and they sometimes exported wool to Flanders on the royal account. For all these reasons, it is difficult, and to some extent futile, to distinguish between merchant ships and kingships in the Middle Ages. It is a mistake, moreover, to concentrate too much on the king's own ships, for the vast majority of ships on the English royal service in the Middle Ages did not belong to the crown, but were merchant ships taken up for compulsory service at the king's order. In the summer of 1338, for example, out of 361 ships in the Royal Navy in the royal service, only 14 belonged to the king. Oh, the Royal Navy hearing that they had 361 ships. Oh. This was not an exceptionally large fleet. The Poitou expedition of 1230 sailed in a fleet of 288 ships. The 1297 expedition required 305 ships with more than 6,000 seamen to carry a force of about 9,000 men the short distance to Flanders. In 1342, at least 440 ships were needed, for several voyages to carry troops to Brittany. At least 750 ships were employed to carry Edward III to Normandy in 1346, and the king had planned for a fleet and army twice the size. The following year, another fleet just as large was needed to support the siege of Calais. Law and custom sanctioned a general duty laid on all ships subjects to serve the king in time of war, and no distinction was made between a knight who served with his horse and sword and a merchant who served with his ship. In practice, the shipowner was in a uniquely unfavourable position. The knight was obliged to serve in return for the land he held, under the feudal system, and his income from that land did not cease when he went to war. When paid military service replaced feudalism in the 13th century, the knight received a wage proportionate in principle to his rank and the expense of his equipment. His horse, which was the most expensive possession, was carefully valued, and full compensation paid if the animal died on service. Throughout this period, the shipowner, by contrast, sacrificed his livelihood for as long as the ship was in royal service, and very seldom received any compensation if she were lost or damaged. His obligation was not even limited to war service, for ships could be arrested for non-warlike purposes as well. The underlying attitude seems to have been that the merchant, being a wealthy man, could and should make greater sacrifices than others. Certainly, shipowners were in a sense wealthy, for a sea-going ship was probably the most expensive single piece of capital investment in the medieval money economy. It was an extremely risky investment, however, for the perils of the sea were numerous, and marine insurance was still unknown in the modern northern world, though developing in the Mediterranean and later in Middle Ages. Those who had the capital and chose to risk it at sea could hope for very high returns on a successful voyage. Figures are hard to find, but it was calculated that in the mid-13th century, generally shipowners were earning a return on capital of at least 150% per annum, and a contemporary Venetian merchant of 110%. About 1300, the freight of wine from Bordeaux to Southampton was about 10 shillings a ton, and in the 1320s it had fallen to 6 shillings or 8 shillings, but in the calamitous 1380s it rose above 20 shillings, and was as high again at several periods in the next century. It is difficult to assess building costs, but they can hardly have been higher than £1 a ton, on which basis Southampton ships in the dangerous years of the late 14th century could pay back their initial cost in 2 or 3 voyages to Gascony. That is, in a year or less if they survived, and if the king left them free to carry freight. The system in the 13th and 14th centuries was for a royal order to be issued for all merchant ships to be embargoed, forbidden to sail until further notice, ordered to return from abroad, arrested for unspecified service, or arrested with orders to be at a named port by a particular day. Very often the order was directed to particular sectors of the coastline, especially if more than one fleet was to be assembled at once, and usually it specified that only ships, not necessarily English ships alone, over a given size would be taken up. In the 12th century, this size was often specified in terms of capacity to carry horses. 8 in one of the earliest orders, of 1206, though 15 to 20 horses was the usual figure by 1240s. About this time the requirement began to be expressed in tonnage. An order of 1254 implies that 16 horses about equaled 70 tons. Heavy horses. In the 14th century, the orders often referred to warships, which seems to have meant merchantmen particularly suited to warfare from their size or design, possibly because they had permanent castles fitted. Thus, in 1335, Simon of Geltoft was ordered to take up 6 warships amongst the largest and strongest, to be found between Liverpool and Skegness on the Solway Firth. 5 years later, another order called for ships of not less than 100 tons. In the 15th century, orders have often specified ships with a certain tonnage range, excluding the largest as well as the smallest, perhaps because the biggest ships were limited to too few ports to be useful for transport purposes. It's logistics, everyone. It's always logistics. Sometimes. And let's see the questions. Dirt Squad, I thought the Dark Ages were partially known as such because not much contemporary accounts survived until present day. That is certainly one particular perspective to put on it. And it's often put forward, but actually I think it's more because whilst a lot of historians have looked, not a lot of the good historians have been published. Or rather, their publishings haven't been taken enough notice of. Listen, I've got to like we need a dirty sea shanty competition on TikTok versus Iron Brew. Even the selection committee espouses saw the Wellerman on Wasteback. Hello, Concise. OnlyFans. No, I am forbidden from doing OnlyFans, but I did actually put it up as a joke to my family at one point. And my girlfriend and my family are unanimous in their agreement that I am not doing OnlyFans. They're worried where it might lead. How much my sense of humour might take over. Dampian, referring to ships as kingships or ships of the tower, was this similar to how Ark Royal ended up as Ark Royal, having been Ark someone else initially? Pretty much. She was originally Arkan Raleigh, as Paul Johnson has just pointed out. She was built by Sir Walter Raleigh. A book about who I have somewhere. Thank you to Brad and for sending all this computer stuff, because I've been using it I'm using it quite heavily. A nicer camera might mean I could read the titles in this library. Yeah, it's getting there. You can read some of them on my screen. I can read them. I can't read this that well, but I can read some of the titles behind me. It's useful. I use it to track down books occasionally. How do you say? There is also Greek Dark Ages after the Bronze Age collapse. Who doesn't? Try His Royal Highness Duke, Baron, Earl, Baronet, Knight, Professor, Reverend, Doctor, or something else. That's good. I imagine it wasn't just the horses, but also barding, some feed, and a number of stable hands. I'd hope so, because in nicest way, if you have that many, 16 horses weighing in at 70 tons, I know Shire horses are heavy, but, you know, and Shire horses are the closest we have to the war horses. So, a Shire horse. And let's see. So a Shire horse, which is really heavy, comes in at about 1.1 tons. So again, you know, it's a lot of extra stuff for them. Hi, Petminter. Deleted. And it's called Dark Ages because everyone became dumb after an arbitrary date. Some dude who happened to not be ethnically Roman took over the empire with the support of the government. Yeah, there's all sorts of weird stuff put about Dark Ages. Tech advancement continued during these times, but it was hard to conduct wide-scale deployment or the lack of funding to conduct large-scale infrastructure. I think that's the thing. I would rather than call it Dark Ages, I would call it the lack of mass infrastructure ages. I joked with friends that I was going to do an OnlyFans that had videos of the history of fans. I joked I would do basically reading of various books as soporifically as I could be. It could do. History books that'll put you to sleep. There is one problem with wearing a Finsulate cap and this helmet, and that is, at a certain point, you get very, very hot. So, when we come back to another book which definitely needs it, I will wear it again. Until then, it can sit here nice and safely. With my cap in the face and that sort of thing, so it looks sort of vaguely haunted. Right. And Eccles cake. How are we all doing today? No, it's a Nicholas Rogers is another of those authors who's not really ever a bad read. Hello, Michael Patton. This is a good book. Then, Freeman, if we are between books, how is there a Nicholas Lambert and Andrew Lambert naval history? Are they related? They aren't related, as far as I know. They are very, very different in their approaches. I have a preference between the two, which won't be a surprise. But they're, Nicholas Lambert's not bad. It comes around. I have heard that Eric Grove has passed away, and I have to admit we talked a fair amount about him during the last bit, not the most recent app, but the Bill Transfer comes out on Wednesday. Me and Drac had a long conversation about him because he's a very, very cool naval historian, and certainly someone you want to know, you want to have read the books of. Wow. Next book. Okay, next book. The first of today's Cambridge books. Brent Pollis, did early naval canon use iron shot or something else? I think they were. The first ones were iron. I think it was always pretty much iron. I don't think they ever considered. I'm sure someone at some point experimented with brass shot, but I don't think anyone ever. It would have been very, very expensive. Iron is the sweet point of being structurally strong enough, just heavy enough to commit to do a damage, and cheap enough that you're not going to mind firing it at the enemy. And so, next book is a slightly random book, you probably think. But it's a good one. It's a really good one. Should reduce the stress on the computer a bit. It's kind of a boring looking front page. British historical statistics. Now, why is this cool? And why do you want to listen to me talk about British historical statistics? Well, because if you want to know anything about a country, at a certain point it comes down to its statistics and its what's going on and what's happening in its history. There aren't many areas you can get accurate statistics without going and doing a lot of work yourself. This is one of the few. This is very much one of the few. So, why have I got it in medieval when it doesn't really go... Well, it does have another version which goes back earlier to really medieval, but this is the thing. Okay. So, I'm going to give you some interesting stats, starting off in 1541. It's a bit later than we normally talk about because it's into Tudor rather than medieval. Tudor and being medieval rather than Renaissance is something which we get into, points. However, it gives you a good idea of what sort of populations you're dealing with. So, this is pre-censual estimates of population, i.e. pre-census, British Isles, 1541 to 1801, the figures which the government was going off. In 1541, they were reckoning they had 2,774,000 people. Okay, so in 1551, and this, by the way, is excluding Monmouthshire. Don't know why they were excluded. I'm sure there's a good reason. I'm sure it's explained somewhere, but it's not in here. I can't see it at the moment. And Britain is not at 3 million in total population, i.e. the entire population of the UK, of England and Wales, well, England, it just says England, there's Wales as a separate section, of England is less than half the population of London. Okay? Let's think about that. Population density-wise. Woohoo! In fact, it doesn't get to 3 million till 1551. Which is still good, because that means it's risen by 200... Well, it's got to 311. So 3,011,000. So it's risen up a whole 237,000 in 10 years. That's nice. It's good for the population. But it's going to not be till 1596. 45 years later that it will be above 4 million. And let's see, when does it get to the population of London, which is roughly 6 million at the moment. Roughly 6 million. Still going. Not in 1720. 1757. So in 1541, it's 2.774 million. And in 1757, so 216 years later, it's reached 6,021,000. I do not claim this is a book that everyone will want, but it's one of those books which I think if Dan Freeman is listening at this precise moment, this book will definitely be up your street. If you're of a scientific mind and you like the scientific side of historical research and you want to have the statistics to back up the facts and you're looking at British history, this is the book for you. Cambridge do these statistics books for all sorts of countries. I have them for America, Britain, France, Italy, Australia, and I haven't got the one for Germany, strangely. I have been trying to buy the one for Japan, but I keep having expenses come up, like having to buy a new graphics card, etc., which means I haven't managed to collect that. But they are really, really good if you're interested in statistical history. If you want to have the broadsheet data to back up. And what I love about these books is they tell you where they get this data from. So if you want to go and check it, you can go and check it. It's a quick fire guide. Precisely. On land, the earliest ones were stone, but I'm not sure if they were used on a ship or if their tech had advanced to iron by this time. The earliest ones were stone and land, I know, but by the time they get to ship, I think they're using iron. Because again, it's going to sound strange. You need to carry it with you. So you need to take a lot with you. You can't rely on just being able to make some. No, Scott, I think it was stone before iron. I don't think they took... They might have done, but honestly... possibly it was stone. But, and to say that's one of my areas of history which I'm not as confident on, so I will listen to other people, but I'm 75% sure it was iron when it came to ships. I think on land they had stone ones. I do know they had on land they had stone one, but I don't think it was really on ships. Alright, Gotham. Good afternoon. I should enjoy this while playing World of Warships before officer hours Zoom meeting with a student. Good luck. Because we are naval nerds. The camera focuses on the bookshelf, not on Dr. Clarke nor the book show to the lens. Sort of strange. I have to work on this one. Shomack, you hand me at statistics. How accurate are these statistics? As accurate as they can be. Bart Foster, were pack animals ever used to move cargo or ammo ships at sea? I know they were used to load and unload at port, but at sea, was it all mechanical or manpowered? It was a mixture of both, and I think there was a few mule-powered cranes, etc., also used on ports. I seem to remember talking about that, but I think there was quite a lot of man-powered movement, but I think there was a few attempts, at least, to use animals for these things. Dan Freeman, I would guess Monmouth is being counted as Wales. Also, there are apparently 6 million voters in the London mayoral election. Yeah. So, you know. Hey-ho. And you get things like, ooh, this is fun. We're in the agriculture section. And I actually quite like the agriculture section because it allows me to look at all sorts of random data. So, in 1854, Britain had 1,518,000 cows and heifers. 1,980,000 other cattle. I'm not sure what they are. I don't know what other cattle are. I presume bulls, but I don't know. What could be on the other cattle? It's like you have maybe they're calves. You have 1 year and you have sheep measured in 1 year and above. Ewes, 1,777,000. Other sheep. What are other sheep? 1,945,000. Pigs, 1,343,000. Horses for agricultural purposes, 388,000. Total horses in the UK no, that isn't even Britain. That's just Ireland. Oh, good lord! It's got the Irish statistics in here. I just remembered that one. Livestock's in Great Britain at the same time. Oh, good lord! Right, and let's go back to that one. In the UK, oh, you have a total of, well, that's interesting. So, in 1854, Ireland has 1,518,000 cows and heifers. In 1867, though, when Ireland still has 1.5 million, basically, Britain has 2 million cows and heifers. So let's be honest, Ireland has almost as many cows and heifers as Britain does. The entirety of Great Britain. Cool. Although, unsurprisingly, Britain has a lot more pigs in the same year than Ireland does. I've got Scottish and Welsh blood. I'm a Scottish and Cornish blood, and possibly Welsh as well. I'm allowed to make Celtic jokes occasionally. Probably Welsh as well. That was an interesting conversation I had this weekend. Anyway, basically, my family seems to have gone around the country marrying it. But there's a lot more sheep in Britain. Britain is very, very heavily into sheep. In 1867, when the total number of sheep in Ireland, this is 1 year and above, and other sheep, is 4.8 million. The total number in the same year in Britain is 28.9 million. Goodness me, we were invested in the wool market. Listening sounds interesting for the insights. It is pretty darn cool. I know it's a random book, and for many listeners, this is probably not the sort of book you would pick up, unless you wanted to really wind people up by having random statistics about the United Kingdom. But you can get these, and the thing is, I mention them because whenever I'm teaching students, and whenever I'm teaching and I go, look, what do you know of the wider context? What a base point of the wider context is, what are the factors you're dealing with? When we're talking about the Armada and the threat it poses to Britain, we're talking about a country which has less than, well, we're talking about England, and we're talking about a population, let's be honest, in 1588, England has a total population of 3.8 million. That is all that in total population. That is children right through to elderly. 3.8 million. That's what the Queen Elizabeth theoretically has. How many of those are going to be actually A, of age to fight, B, willing to fight, C, equipped to fight? This is the point when you talk about the army that she could have put theoretically, and that's then after that, then you have to consider how much of her army would she have to keep in other positions to secure them. So, how much of a mobile army of C can she then build? There's the statistics. It comes down and it works down. If it doesn't, it's interesting how you can buy a book on a country which doesn't exist. Italy and Germany started in 1871. I think the statistics are basically for that geographical area from earlier than that. I think the statistics in those ones start from about the 1700s. From memory. Again, they're up in my room. Hello, Tom Golding. Oxen's Canada's ever? Possibly. Give me a second. I noticed something which might change the reflection. May change the reflection. Oh yeah. There you go. Hello, Awazaski. Sharon, gold cannonballs are a premium ammunition made over the World War. Gold cannonballs would be an anti-personnel weapon because they would basically turn the shrapnel impact with anything. And it'd be super expensive. Re-wool market. There was a less vile triangular trade of English wool to Flanders to get money to buy wine from France. There were... This is the thing. Most trading was triangular. Naval trading for quite a lot of time. The idea... And actually, if you look at the way modern ships and container ships tend to wander around the world, that tends to be triangular as well. We think a lot about trade going one way, going sort of bilaterally, but often trade has been trilateral, or even more. This will be a slightly more popular book, I'm fairly sure. Now, as books go, so imagine, yeah, statistical books are fascinating. Glad you mentioned these. I'm intent on getting them all. They're so useful to get a general idea of a country's abilities. I had to make one of the reasons I've got these is because as you know, I teach engineering students quite a lot. And I find statistical books like these tend to be a great avenue for engineering and scientifically minded people who are perhaps more on that spectrum than maybe the story-wise to get into history. They go and read the statistics, and then they want to know the story behind the statistics, so then they go and read the other books. which is very, very strange, perhaps for some of us who are already naturally interested in history, because we look at the story and then we go and look at the statistics, and it's the story which leads to the statistics. But some people are the other way around. And the thing I find as a lecturer, the real challenge and the real joy, comes from finding ways to get your students interested in the topic and to help them find their way into the topic. And you have to remember, always remember this: your way into a subject is not going to be necessarily another person's way into the subject. We are all individuals. We are all different. It doesn't matter anyway, skin color, any of that stuff, on terms of what your route's going to be into history. What matters to me as a lecturer is helping you find your route into history. That is why I teach history. That is why I love history, because everyone can find a route into it if they look. And I said, for some of my engineering students and some of my STEM students, definitely, books of statistics like this, big books of statistics, I stick it down in front of them and I go, yeah, but you might find something interesting there. I'll come back an hour and a half later. They'll have pretty much inhaled half the book. They'll be loving quoting it, and they'll be going, da-da-da-da-da. I'll go, so why is that? And they'll go, I don't know why that stat's like that. I'll go, well, go look it up. And they do. And that's how they get into history. So that's the important thing. So yes, I realise this book is not everyone's cup of tea. But I'm hoping, there's been Dan, there's Sean Mack, have already mentioned it, and I think Stephen Mikowski maybe as well. You know, a few people watching this will go, huh, that's really cool, that interests me. I will say one thing, and this isn't the case for everyone who has it, but I have also noticed that quite a lot of the students who are on the, I'm possibly somewhere on the spectrum as well, although I'm definitely not anywhere near enough to be diagnosed. I'm dyslexic, as I said, but I had the tests because you can go with dyslexia. On the autistic spectrum, I have noticed that some of the students who I know have that diagnosis are the ones who have especially liked this route into history. That doesn't work to say. There's also a couple of others who really don't like that way in history, so it's not a panacea, but it's something I've noticed in that. It's something I've observed of the students I've dealt with, let's say. Carmen, I was a happy tank nerd, and I just won Armour of the Pacific War on eBay by Steven Zargola with free postage $4.99. Cool. Hi, Trentalenko. I missed you in the helmet. You look spiffy in it. Well, it's going to be going on in a second for this one, so don't worry. Sure, that's why the concept of a trade deficit is a little silly. Yes, it is. But, you know, you get into a lot of trouble when you start talking about that one. Right, pick on. Hello. I love the casual fact that I'm also eating cookies and, pardon me, coffee while listening to the conversation. That's what I like to hear. Alright, in Polish historical statistics, purchasing power parity unit for comparing different times is called trofa. Is there such a term in English-speaking history circles? There is. I forget it off the top of my head, but we do have a term for it. I think it's I think sometimes we nicked poundage for it, but I think we now have a modern phrase because poundage is something else in history as well. That's good. If your students are trying to brief books, are you absolutely sure you're teaching at university? Yeah, I am. If it's any consolation, I'm sort of diagnosed as being Asperger's. It's how I got into my job through a training program, but it's unofficial. No, I can understand that. Trust me, I have enough joy with the tag of dyslexia. As I think I've tweeted out, and I've been quite honest about it, I had There is one very well-known university which I was phoning up and inquiring about their PhD program and talking it through, and every time I mentioned the dyslexia word, the phone cut out. First time, I thought it was an accident, rang back. Second time, it's a bit weird, but carry on, call back. Third time, chatting away, someone else mentioned do it, and phone cuts out again. I didn't call back a fourth time. And I've honestly been told by a university that the reason I didn't get a postdoc was because they were very impressed that a dyslexic can manage to complete a PhD, but they were absolutely certain one wouldn't manage to complete a postdoc. Although they, of course, wouldn't refuse to put that in the writing. They were quite happy to tell me that to my face, though. I'm going. The war between historians and STEM is very real. It's only pointless real. It isn't beneficial to either side. True, because I said no. I teach engineering students. I teach history of engineering to engineering students. I love it. I have to teach mechanical engineers, air engineers, civil engineers, and I love it. And they have a lot of fun with me because I teach them all the random stuff of history. I'm autistic, can confirm. Thank you. Right, Big Natalia, as the teacher myself, contextualised instruction. Yep. So, Cambridge History of Warfare. And especially for Trent Lenko. As I said, I'm fairly sure all this idea that Finziolate caps are a modern thing is wrong, because it really does fit well with a helmet. It does. Hello. So, now, I like these books. And I'm going to go to page 61. Small states, small armies. The truncation of the Eastern Roman Empire through Muslim conquest and fragmentation of the Carolinian Empire into a great many states meant that the size of armies mustered for offensive operations in both East and West fell far below those fielded by later Roman emperors and by Charlemagne. Nevertheless, by the middle of the 9th century, Byzantium was again able to support a regular army of some 120,000 men, with a field army of about 25,000 men and provincial army of 95,000 distributed in 20 themes, military districts, throughout the empire. A population base of some 8 million sustained this force. Again, let's think this. The small states which emerged in the western half of the erstwhile Carolinian Empire in the 10th and 11th centuries had to make do with smaller expeditionary forces. This diminution in the size of field armies, however, did not necessarily result from a noteworthy decline in the number of soldiers. Rather, rulers proved unable to exercise effective command over the various magnates who administered their counties and were responsible for bringing their contingents to muster. Likewise, the townsmen who manned the walls of their cities and the militarized rural population do not appear to have substantially decreased in number, but some population redistribution must have occurred in the period of the Viking invasions. In England, during the latter 9th and 10th centuries, foreign invasions and civil wars also took their toll upon the military. However, soldiers were not lacking. Alfred the Great's burghs were garrisoned by 28,000 paid troops, in addition to the local militiamen, while the five-hide system of military recruitment for the select levy provided a further 20,000 well-trained troops for campaigns. In addition to these forces, the Anglo-Saxon kings could draw upon their own personal armed followings and those of their magnates for offensive operations. At the Battle of Hastings, King Harold mustered some 8,000 soldiers, mostly of the select levy, but this constituted only a fragment of the Anglo-Saxon troops available for campaigning. Anyone would think he wasn't that popular. Across the Channel, Hugh Capet of France, deceased in 996, could raise a force of 6,000 men, both infantry and cavalry, from the small nucleus of territories around Paris under his direct control, while one of his more successful magnates, Count Fulk-Nera of Anjou, who lived 987 to 1040, could also muster a force of about 6,000 men for offensive operations. In 1067, the city of Angers alone provided about 1,000 men for the select levy, while the walls of the town required some 1,500 urban militiamen for its defence. Duke William of Normandy, Fulk's younger contemporary, managed to gather a force of about 14,000 men, including mercenaries and some 2,000 to 3,000 merchant troops for his invasion of England in 1066. Across the Rhine, by the middle of the 10th century, the German kings commanded the service of some 15,000 heavily armed mounted troops, a force proportionally consistent, in light of economic and demographic growth, with the territory's obligations under Charlemagne. At the Battle of Leckfield in 955 against the Mayars, Otto the Great's force of 8,000 to 10,000 constituted only a part of the campaign forces available in the German kingdom. At the same time, another major army, raised largely in Saxony, attacked the Slavs. For his unsuccessful Italian invasion in 982, Otto II probably led an army that exceeded 20,000 men and included some 10,000 heavily armed horsemen. Between 1096 and 1099, an army recruited throughout much of Western Europe for the First Crusade, led by Bishop Armour of Le Puy, the papal legate, and estimated at some 60,000 men, marched into the Middle East. This force was thus double the order of magnitude of those raised by Charlemagne, and its logistics range was considerably greater because various Christian naval powers, including both Byzantium and Genoa, provided the supplies. Along the route from Constantinople to the Holy Land, the Crusaders, often aided by specialized Byzantine units, from lightly armed horsemen to engineers and naval personnel, defeated several large Muslim armies. The First Crusade arguably constituted the most complex and difficult campaign conducted by a Western army during the Middle Ages. The siege and capture of the great fortified cities such as Antioch, 1098, and Jerusalem, 1099, constituted the key victories of the First Crusade, making possible the foundation of the Crusader kingdoms in Palestine and Syria. Crusaders worked diligently to protect these states with a defence in depth, based on castles, which could be used as bases for offensive operations, against enemy territory and supply lines. It's a cool book. And this one is the version published a few years ago. Edited by Geoffrey Parker of Ohio State University, and published in 2005. So it's 16 years old. But it's still a good book. I don't think they published an updated version of that. Dan Freeman, you're using stats as a gateway drug into history for poor innocent engineering students. You bet I am. My entire job is to make sure that those engineering students come out as well-rounded individuals who are able to do engineering like Brunel, but are able to actually campaign and have success with clients like Gresley. Jess P, my lasting impression of education was one size fits all. It's great that you find different paths into the subject for your students. I'm a university lecturer. I have the advantage of being able to do that. The joy is, especially as being the only historian in an engineering department, is to a large extent I get to mark my own homework. My main job, there is a reason my title is billed as basically, what's it? Academic Skills Advisor and History of Engineering Lecturer. The emphasis is supposed to be on teaching them the academic skills via history. I find teaching them history tends to teach them the academic skills. Gahamna, forgive me, but I started with stats via Wikipedia, but also love the stories. That's good. Eric Allen, Rudy had dyslexia. A lot of us do. Carmen, honestly, how can you get away with that in modern day? You either have to walk into every phone interview with a phone on recording, or you don't. And honestly, if you presume they're all going to be like it and do that, you're automatically putting yourself in a negative headspace before you go into the interview. So, no point worrying about it. Jack, for context, Trevor is equivalent of 3,000 calories counted food typical for a person of each salmon area. So, olive and bread for Rome, rice and fish for China. I can't. Still my favourite sports movie than or Major League. I'm sorry. Sports movie, I tend to go for Remember the Titans. Frank Cristo, thank you. Honestly, I don't worry about them. I can tell you right now, as I come teaching university in the USA, we would never turn away students. We wouldn't now, and I have to admit that university is probably in a bit of trouble for other things at the moment. Hello, Carl. That's Clarke. All right, refinish it. Nope, they used wool. Well, a wool cap is about the same as a insulate. Yeah, there it comes. I don't understand anyone who puts up barriers to coming in the class. Honestly, I don't even mind. It's well known amongst the master students at my university. They only get one class with me. Sometimes 2 lectures. It depends on the course. The bachelor students get about half-year course of me teaching them history. And this is for all the different topics. Roughly, give or take. And so it's an open thing. The master students are able to wander into my classes. The PhD students are able to wander into my classes. I have lecturers come and sit down in my classes and listen, because they weren't ever taught the stuff I'm teaching. And they sit there and go back and go, that's cool! And then I start to hear them, the engineering lecturers, adding history into their lectures. And that's really, really cool. I guess so. Thank you. That's a pleasure. Thank you for being here. Hello. Ages low. You cannot finish a really good operational history with radar understood and integrated into filing. The running down of Bismarck was something due to Royal Air Force Coastal Commanders Claude with anti-submarine Mark II, anti-surface radar Mark II radar. Yeah, and it was them that directed in the tribals, which basically were able to keep them fixed for the night. And the FAA Swordfish striking missiles were also using ASE Mark II radar. Yeah, Swordfish turning up with radar is just something which happens in World War II quite a lot. The RM just randomly produce a Swordfish out of nowhere. And by the way, if anyone's wondering, these are Eccles cakes. Interesting. In Welsh territories at this time, the obligation to turn out to fight for your Prince, Lord, and Nine and Knight was entirely based on whether or not you thought he was a good ruler. Yeah. But to speak, are your engineering students improving trebuchet designs now? I will not comment what my mechanical engineering students are getting up to. All I will say is that don't get into a fight with them. They have good skills when it comes to siege engines. Hold on, dyslexia is one of those things you can still be pretty rude about. I've had people ask how I ended up with a Master's in War Studies, despite dyslexic. I can't say it ever entered my thinking. The same with me and my PhD. Why? Although I did have a French teacher who told me that because of my dyslexia I couldn't do French, and therefore I would never be able to get a PhD or amount to anything because I didn't have French GCSE. Look, you got to go back and give prize day and be the speaker after he got a PhD. I smiled the whole time and even shook his hand. My boss doesn't care I'm borderline. I regularly will say something about our country knowing you, and I know every book on the local 19th, 20th century books. Cool. Darren, the two key terms in history seem to be context and nuance. These are important in every field, but history lets you do it based on someone else's mistakes. Yes. Context and nuance. That's what you need to know. Cool, Rick Vasava. Roy Penguin. Yeah, that's exactly what I try to do with the engineering. I try and find out what their particular theories, what particular subjects, stuff they're going to be dealing with, or tests, and I do the history of those tests and the history of those theories and the people who came up with them and where they came from. One of the interesting ones they really find out, and the one I always challenge the aero students especially to look up, is I tell them to go up and look up Charlie Taylor. And I use Charlie Taylor as a good example of why an engineer needs to learn to be a good communicator. Before you ask, Charlie Taylor was the person who created the engine for the Orville Flyer, for the Wright Flyer. Without him, Wilbur and Orville would have got nowhere. He is an absolute amazing mechanical engineer who produces this really light engine. And they basically write him out of history. They don't acknowledge his patents. He isn't literate, so he can't contest things himself. And basically, he and his family end up starving to death and dying with no money and very, broken and all these things because they take everything from him. Because his genius doesn't get recognized, his work doesn't get recognized. Without the engine he managed to produce, that aircraft would have never got where it got. And then I can start talking about various other engineers like that who came up with things. And there's the French gentleman who came up with the idea of the Venturi design and quite a lot of the modern hypersonic engines are based around. And it was all ahead of time, and he was terrible at running a business. He was terrible at doing all the sort of the public investment and getting these things. So other engineers were just able to nick his ideas and market them as their own. My old Welsh teacher told everyone dyslexia is not a thing in Welsh. Oh yeah, I had that for a few topics. They told me that. So, as we've been talking about Crusades, new book alert. Not Pen and Sword, but sent to me. It was sent to me to review, and it's rather gorgeous. But Venturi makes a great dictator of Armour Park. Yeah, he does. You never know when something you learned in history or engineering might help digging a dinosaur or building a shed. It's good to be well-rounded. It is. So, this is the Crusade. It's one of the most recent books published on the topic, and It's gorgeous. It's got lovely pictures in it. That's always a nice thing. The castles. And speaking of castles, we'll probably go next on to the castle book after this. And it's a lovely book. It's worth reading, it's worth listening to, it's worth engaging with, because honestly, the problem about the Middle East is it's, for a long time in history, it sits at the crossroad of everywhere. So, for whatever reason people dress it up with, the reason they're interested in controlling it is because of the money you get from controlling it, i.e. the trade routes which go through there. And because it's a critical point in that trade. There is a reason why the Ottoman Empire's rise and fall is kind of associated with the Suez Canal. And when that comes into service, the Ottoman Empire starts to drop down quite quickly. Because suddenly the overland route isn't as viable as the sea route, which had been very long and having to go round Cape of Good Hope and various other nice places. Or they can now go through the Suez Canal. So, this is the Crusades. On the 2nd of December, 1083, so for those who are interested in putting things in context, 17 years after the Norman invasion of Britain, the Byzantine princess Anna Comnene was born, quite literally to the purple, in the porphyry chamber at her father's great palace of Constantinople. Her birth was slow and difficult, but later in her life she would repeat with pride and story that her mother liked to tell to explain a labour that lasted more than 48 hours. As the date of Anna's birth approached, her father, the Byzantine emperor, was absent. The court nervously awaited his return from war against the Normans of southern Italy. Her 15-year-old mother, making the sign of the cross over her own hugely swollen belly, vowed not to be delivered of a child until her husband was safely home. This caused some concern in the palace, since the emperor's return was feared to be still a month distant. But fortunately, he arrived in time for his firstborn to be healthily delivered. To Anna, this was very clearly signified in the womb the love I was destined to have for my parents in the future. For thereafter, when I grew to womanhood and reached years of reason, I had beyond doubt a great affection for both of them alike. To be born a princess of Byzantine was a privilege. To emerge into the world in the porphyry chamber was more glorious still. The room looked out over the Bosphorus Strait with a view of the harbour and the sparkling blue sea of Marmara beyond. Square-sided with all its walls tapering to a pyramid roof, the chamber was paved and clad with marble, generally of a purple colour, but with white spots like sand sprinkled over it. The porphyry was an imperial stone, originally mined from quarries in the eastern deserts of Egypt. Elsewhere in Constantinople, it had been used to construct the Column of Constantine, which commemorated the city's establishment as new capital for the Roman Empire in the 4th century AD. Purple was the imperial colour, reserved for the use of the imperial family alone. Emperors wore purple clothes, dyed with a foul-smelling extract made from sea snails. They hung their palaces with purple decorations. They even signed documents using purple ink, and only the children of reigning emperors could be born in this purple-walled room. Those who were became known as the... And I'm going to muck this up terribly, but I'm going to give it a go. The Porphyriagenta and the Porphyriagenta. Anna was one of this exclusive royal group, and she was eternally grateful for it. Anna's imperial parents were Alexios I Comnenus and his wife Irene Doukinia. Irene was the daughter of a high-ranking military officer and a Bulgarian aristocrat. Alexios was a hard-nosed general who had swept into power as a Byzantine emperor in a coup during the summer of 1081, 2 years before his daughter was born. Anna Comnene described both her parents in glowing terms. Alexios reminded one of a fiery whirlwind. His dark eyebrows were curved, and beneath them the gaze of his eyes was both terrible and kind. His broad shoulders, muscular arms, and deep chest, all on a heroic scale, invariably commanded the wonder and delight of people. Irene, meanwhile, stood upright like some young, proud, always blossoming shoot, each limb and her whole body in perfect symmetry and complete harmony. Her face shone with the soft light of the moon. There were rose blossoms on her cheeks, visible a long way off. As for herself, born and raised in palatial splendour on the banks of the Bosphorus, she showed an early and lifelong hunger for learning, letters, rhetoric, and philosophy. She surrounded herself with scholars, whom she patronised richly and loved to debate. She was known to one of them as Wise Anna, absolute intellect, home of the graces. Anna Comines' gift to both her beloved parents and to scholarship was to compose late in life a long history of her father's reign, the first major Western history by a woman. Written in Greek and with a heavily exculpatory skew, her book, known as the Alexiad, narrated, justified, and excused the events between Alexios' rise to power in 1081 and his death in 1118. It provided an extraordinary insight into the fraught politics of the Byzantine Empire at the turn of the 12th century. The Alexiad was alive with gossip, insider knowledge, portraits of Byzantines, their friends and their foes, battle stories, tangled tales of political intrigue, and effortless scholarly allusions to historians of past times. Despite Anna's bias towards her father, a man she described as being of supreme virtue, her book still revealed in its colourful prose the pressures that mounted upon the empire and its emperor during the 1080s and 1090s. Above all, it explained Alexius' fateful decision in 1095 to ask Western Christian rulers to help him stabilise his realm, which eventually opened up the east to Crusader armies, who poured forth with extraordinary and epoch-shifting results. The Byzantine Empire, into which Anna Comines was born, although linguistically and culturally Greek, in fact the lineal descendant of the Roman Empire. The name, a historian's term coined in the later Middle Ages, derives from its capital city, Constantinople, which had once been called Byzantium or Byzantium. Today is Istanbul. But in Anna and her father's time, people describe both city and empire in quite different terms. In AD 330, the city was consecrated by Constantine the Great as a new Rome, Nova Roma, a strategically placed metropolis on the intersection of several trade routes and military superhighways, from where Roman emperors could govern Roman interests in the eastern Mediterranean, regions such as Egypt, Thessaly, Thrace, Asia Minor, Syria, and Upper Mesopotamia. It was every inch a Roman city, packed with elegant buildings and great civic spaces, including a forum and hippodrome. After the Roman Empire was partitioned in AD 395, Constantinople became the capital of the Eastern Empire, and it stood defiant when the old Rome was sacked 15 years later and the Western Empire collapsed. 7 centuries on from these upheavals, Anna, her family, and anyone else still referred to Byzantium in classical terms. Alexius was the Roman Emperor. Its people were the Romans. They lived in the Roman Empire or Romania. Even Arabic speakers concurred this. This was the Bilad Arum, land of the Romans. In the mid-11th century, Byzantium still commanded a vast swathe of territory besides Constantinople and its immediate environs. In the west of the empire, extended to Apulia and Calabria, in Italy and Dalmatia at the northern end of the Adriatic Sea. In the Balkans, virtually everywhere between the Danube and the Peloponnese theoretically answered the emperor's call, and his authority also reached the northern shores of the Black Sea and the Crimean Peninsula. The islands of Crete, Rhodes, Cyprus, and the eastern Mediterranean all fell under imperial rule, and overland, stretching off towards the Middle East, Byzantine dominions included Asia Minor, Cilicia, and the coastline of Greater Syria, including the city of Antioch, the upper reaches of the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, and the salty waters of Lake Van, formed by the volcanic mountains that today mark the borderlands between Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Iran. All of this, in theory, was ruled from Constantinople, where Alexius could most often be found in his favourite residence, the redeveloped and heavily fortified Palace of Blacani, in the north of Constantinople, just inside the vast walls that protected the city's landward approach. Or perhaps not quite all. For when in 1081 Alexius seized the throne from the hapless Nicephorus III, he found that the imperial crown came with a long list of problems. For a start, aristocratic rebellions of the sort he himself had led against Nicephorus continued to be fomented, and these were now exacerbated by the fact that as a usurper, the 25-year-old Alexius' right to rule Byzantium was inherently open to question. Just as serious were the external threats that loomed in the further reaches of the empire. In Italy, as we've seen, the Norman adventurers Robert Guiscard and Roger I of Sicily had taken Calabria and Apulia, and were consolidating their gains in their part of the world by subjugating Sicily, itself once a Byzantine colony, for the days of the Arabs. The Normans were also pushing into the Balkans, after a thumping battlefield victory over imperial troops in 1081 at Dyrrhachium, or Duras in modern Albania. Robert Guiscard had set his sights on snatching the imperial territories of Macedonia and Thessaly. Ah, lovely, the Normans. Basically the Vikings, but with added horses. After all, they are originally Norsemen, hence Norman. Right, so this is the book. It's a very cool book. Stay there. That was helpful. I think not. There you go. Stay. I'll deal with you in a bit. It's a good book. Make sure it's right. That behind that. There. And I'm well rounded. That's why it took me so long to run 5k this afternoon. Good for you for running 5k though. May I request a tank interlude review of Armour Pacific for War quickly? It would be lovely if you could. I don't have it in this room, I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure it's up in my bedroom. So, not at the moment, but I will make sure I bring it up at some point. Oh, hi, Melanie1640. Concise, too bad the Imperial Palace does not really have much left of it. No, it doesn't. Sadly. Although, I have to admit, I did have an interesting question come in for Norway, which is whether or not the TOG, if it had been deployed to Norway, would have beaten the German tanks which were deployed there. And let me just check up their pronunciations. And my honest answer was that the Neuberfahrzeug, if there had been a TOG, and I'm not sure what was the relevant TOG would have been available if they had actually built any in World War II. If they'd actually built any, gone into production, what one would have gone into production? I think it would have probably had the Matilda or similar turret in 1940 if they had produced one. But I think, honestly, any tank like that, any tank at all deployed to Norway would have beaten the Neuberfahrzeug. The fact there weren't tags up there from the Allies is one of the key critical problems they have. Nick Waters, just finished a 12-hour Sunday shift. Nice to wind down to. Good lord, man. I hope you're okay. This runs of a Norman a crown. Offer they will topple the kingdom. Johnson, hello. I may not be PC, but to be almost continental. Would love to see the world from the water one day. Sail all the classic ports and see them as they're meant to be. I have to admit that would be a rather cool thing to go around, sail around the world and go to these places. Concise, how many volumes of books do you have? Last count. Well, let's put it this way. I designed this room based on the estimate capacity it could accommodate 50%. Well, no, 30% of my books. And this room has been designed to have a capacity of 400 and another 400 and then 200 in there. So it's designed to have a capacity of 1,000 books roughly in this room. So yeah, and that's about a third of my books. I'm already considering I might have to build a book holder outside, a sort of a waterproof box, which will be attached somewhere. Eric Alvin, haha, hot dog. Yeah. Gold's history books, lots of books. Nick Walters, the Neuberfahrzeug. Yes, that is what I was trying to pronounce. Neuberfahrzeug. Don't I'll be honest. Yeah. Nick Waters, wasn't at least one of those gem ones actually a big fib just for show? Mild Steel Sword. Honestly, even the ones which were fitted with armor had terrible armor. Let's see, history books. How do I put this? I like books. I do have a bit of a problem, I have to admit, in terms of buying them, but I do have quite a few books. And honestly, I can't think of any month since about the age of 10 where new books haven't arrived. And that's just talking about physical books, that's not including Kindle ones. I also have a whole load of Kindles. I'd say my girlfriend's probably about the same number of books as me as well, so, you know, there is a reason that our future, you know, if things continue as I hope they do, our future will probably involve a tremendously a property which has the significant outbuildings in order to set up our own libraries and offices suitably without taking over our whole house. Jeremy, isn't Book Holder Space called home if you're a non-person library? No. What percentage have you actually read? Oh, there isn't a single book I haven't read. Let's put it this way, I don't really need much sleep, and I do a lot of reading. A lot of reading. Usually I've read most of my books 3 or 4 times. And they're always going to be potentially reread again as reference books, because I wander around topics. I do really change through topics quite often. You know, I'll start off on one area and I'll move to another one. Need more iron brew. Can we expect the tribal library becoming available for visit of trusted patrons and subscribers? Well, as I said, you know, if I had a suitable establishment, that would certainly be one thing I'd do, in that if people could want to come visit, they'd be more welcome to read the books or use them. Okay, and okay, now we're on this tangent, and that's just like while I restocked the. I'm probably going to get another bottle of Iron Brew at this rate. And now we're on this tangent. What's the worst work of fiction you ever read? For me, it was the first 15 pages of Da Vinci Code. I refused to read the rest. Honestly, compared to some, the Da Vinci Code wasn't that bad. I tend to complete books, even if they're terrible, just so I've completed it. It's part of my personality. But there is a book called... Let's see, what is it? The White Ship, which is a recent one I've got. Well, I wasn't, I have to admit, that enamored with. I can tend to try and find some things good in other books, but in books, but there are some books which you just can't find anything in good. Sort of. J. Allen, I sometimes find a bit variable in terms of fiction books, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm fairly open-minded. Harry Potter is terrible. Harry Potter is formulaic and rather predictable, but it's not necessarily bad. Josh, so you're telling me that your total books and your sister's total books about the same is maybe enough to be the ballast of a small age of social? Yeah, my sister has a lot less books than I do. My sister's an engineer, and she has about, I'd reckon, probably about 1,000 books. My girlfriend has about the same number of books as me. So, you know, if you add all three of us together, that's probably about 7,000 books, which is a small library. So what are the enablers of this addiction? Addiction, work policy. You know, I'm a historian. We work by books. Carmen, in that case, I should be there very soon after you set it up. Don't be surprised if I book a local hotel and binge. I'll be fine. Take care, right, Kaufman. So, let's see. What should we get next? I said Castles book, I seem to remember. I do remember I said Castles. So, now, you've all seen my little green Castles book, which I did think about bringing out again for this talk, but I thought I'll stick to a different Castles book this time. So here it is. Castles. England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland. Definitive guide to the most impressive buildings and intriguing sites. It's written by Plantagenet Somerset Fry. I'm hoping that's not their real name. It's a thank God it isn't. Based on the classic book by Plantagenet Somerset Fry. Oh God, that's even more worrying. First published in the UK in 2005 by David Charles. Published by David and Charles. This has got some gorgeous pictures. Frankly, the contents page itself is a blooming gorgeous picture. And that's a lovely castle to go around if you do want to go one. If you want to scare people, you try climbing to the top there, which I'm sure neither me or Drakenfell have ever attempted. Run. It starts off with some early fortifications, and some of the early castles they are teachy. But you have to remember, a small castle can be more easily defended by a smaller garrison. That is good. Plus, if you make a small castle solid enough, then that will make taking it out very, very hard. Density and mass. Now, for those of you who've seen recent buildings of French troops using Vauban techniques in Mali and various other places in Africa, you might be less concerned about this idea that the end of the castles happened. And of course, this is the Tower of London, which is very, very cute. HMS Belfast is off about here. And, what's it called? Hotel M is not far away from there. It was very cool. Corfe Castle. With Purbeck. Now, it's described as the jagged ruins of this once powerful fortress dominate the horizon of the entrance to the Isle of Purbeck. Corfe Castle was a favourite residence of King Jordan, who built remarkable domestic quarters here, creating the best appointment apartments of any royal castle in England at the time. Originally a motte castle built in late 11th century, the outline of Corfe's precincts remained the same for most of its history. The keep probably dates from the reign of Henry I. Henry's brother Robert, Duke of Normandy, was held at Corfe after his defeat at Tinchebrai in 1106. The fall of Normandy to the French in 1204 and the castle location close to the south coast doubtless added momentum to the strengthening of its defences. When King Stephen besieged the castle 60 years later, the outer bailies were probably protected only by wooden palisades, a stone curtain and defensive towers, not completed until 1285. Must have been pressing additions. Henry III continued improving the defences of Corfe and spent even more on the castle than King John. Corfe lost its royal status in the 16th century when Elizabeth I sold it and was owned by Sir John Banks by the time the Civil War broke out in 1642. The garrison at Corfe, led by Sir John's widow after his death in 1644, held out against the parliamentarians during the two sieges, but an act of treachery forced capitulation in February for 1646. The following month, the order came for Corfe to be slighted. This led to the virtual destruction of what must have been one of Britain's most fascinating castles. It really does look quite beautiful. And very formidable. Now, this is a castle which isn't talked about much. This is called Oakhampton Castle. It's down in Devon, not far from Tavistock, and it's beautiful. It's a lovely area to go to. The reason you want to visit Tavistock is if you're near there, you go into the enclosed market, which they have, an enclosed market building. If you're coming in from the Main Street car park side, so you're walking up past the church and through the main buildings into the main sort of big double-gated entrance. You walk in from there, you walk into the open market and you turn left. And in that corner, there is the best second-hand bookshop you will ever find. And the reason I say it's great is because whilst it isn't the biggest, it is certainly not the biggest. There are much bigger ones I know of. But I have never gone in there and not found quality. And I have never gone in there and not found it reasonably priced. Very, very nice person as well, runs it. And I'm very appreciative of them because every time they have a new assistant, they seem to be a potential history student who's going off to study history at university. So they're recruiting. Come on. Can't see it. Glare of the lighting. Okay. There you go. Corfe Castle. Oakhampton Castle there. It's a beautiful area to go to. I meant to ouch, the University of Cape Town's library is burning down? I hope not. May 1640. No comment about your thing about my above. Grumble. I didn't see your message above, so let me go see your message above. May 1640. I wonder if Dr. Clarke missed my previous message. Probably did. Let me go up to the other one. I think that'd be Tankterlude. That is cool. It would be if I was looking at tank messages. It would be a tank books. It would be a Tankterlude. Very cool. Carmen, have you ever read Cherub, Modern Day Youth Spies, and Henderson's Boys? Based, I believe, on Amber Sentences and Cherub. Escape France. They drop back when they do. Then they do SOE stuff. Not recently. Well, Henderson's one I read a while back. I don't think I've read Cherub. They're going to say, yeah, that James Bond book is terrible. Carmen, I have Castle Wales and British History by BBC, then various others. Anyway. Excavations of the late 20th century have shown that the motte castle of Okehampton, built early in the reign of William I, had a great square tower made of granite and shale rubble, set on top of a naturally fortified ridge. The castle was greatly extended in the 14th century in the form of buildings around an elongated bailey. It has been compared with German hilltop castles such as Staufen and Rothenburg. The later additions consisted of a number of buildings beginning at the bottom of the slope, down from the tower, such as kitchen, lodgings, solar hall, guardrooms and chapel, and then a gatehouse leading to a long barbican causeway that had its own outer two-storey gate block. The castle was abandoned in the first half of the 16th century, but this is still the site of one of the largest castle ruins in the southwest, and is set in a beautiful riverside location. It is rather cool. Another favourite castle, St. Michael's Mount. That is, if you're ever in Penzance Bay area, or Mount Bay, as it's sometimes called, you want to go see that. It's lovely. Now, here's the legend. Has it? It's said that the mount was built by a giant called Cormran, which a bird is now named, who would stride ashore to steal livestock to take home to eat. A local lad, Jack, rode to the island one night and dug a deep pit on the side of the mount, then blew a horn to wake up the sleeping giant, who rushed down the mount and fell into a pit. Jack buried him and became a hero. Alright. Dan Ring, Reasonable Castles. The Free Castle in South Wales. Gosmark White Castle, another one. I made a fab place to base a trip from my school when we were 11-12. We stayed in Gosmark. Near Corfcastle. There are some interesting castles in Wales that were actually built by the local rulers. They're a lot smaller and mostly ruined, but pretty good compact units. Nick Waters. Now that's how to market a trip to Corf to military history types. There are a few tanks parked nearby too. You see a message and then went to the one above it. I went to the one above it? Missed my previous message. That's what I see. And then I get to Interlude. I don't see anyone between. You missed your previous message and then Interlude. Anyway, lol, he skipped the message and went to the one above it. Oh, the missing message. The message below. This is coming through, right? Yes, it's coming. It's like the message. Pirates of Penzance? Yeah, pretty much. It's a lovely place, and I recommend St. Michael's Mount. It's also very good exercise, walking up and down. I cannot, though, say this more strongly. Do not let your poodle go for a run on the beach. Previous fluffy research assistant Mozart decided to go for a run on the beach, and he wasn't supposed to, but he did. Getting him back was fun. Well, luckily, I came off a boat, and he then ran up to me, and I grabbed him in a big hug. So that caught him until someone came, another family member came with a lead. But, you know, unless you have got a member of the family who the dog likes, who's coming off a boat onto the beach, don't let him go for a run on the beach. Arundel Castle. Now that's also a nice place to go, Arundel. But it's not my favourite on those ones. And I said, that's Bodiam. Bodiam Castle is cool. And if anyone played the original version of Stronghold, and you did the, I think it's, there's a, I forget what name of the scenario is, but it's one where the pig is coming to get you pretty much. The castle in it that you're left the ruins of to build up is based on Bodium. Yay! It's a very, very cool castle and a very strong one. It's not one you want to try and attack. It's got a lot of moat around it and it's got a lot of thick walls. It's basically entirely thick wall. And Bodium has another advantage. Okay? If you want to go on if you really like history and you like steam trains, you get on the steam railway, which will take. There is a steam railway near Bodiam Castle. Let me just remember which one what it's called exactly. And you can go on a lovely trip. Yeah, the Kent and East Sussex Railway. And you can get a train from... Where is it? Yeah, well, you get the train... I think I got it from that direction I came around. So I've done this a few times with friends, and it's really quite cool. You get the train from the beginning of the line. I think it's Rolvedene Station. Possibly not. No, I don't think it's Rolvedene. Where is the beginning of the line? Oh, there it is. Yeah, from Tentadine. You get on the railway at Tentadine, and it will take you all the way down to Bodiam. And it's a brilliant day out, because you get to go on a steam train, and then you get to walk around a castle, and then you get another steam train down, and there's a lovely pub called the Castle Inn, not far from the castle, and that's just wonderful food. And it's just a lovely day out with family if you're down in Kent and East Sussex sort of thing. In that area. It's just a lovely railway to go to. It's a lovely it's a lovely castle. Yeah, it's just a lovely day out. I think they are still working on extending the line. I think it's currently, it's not, it's got as far, I think Bodiam is the extent it's got to. It's sort of the last station on the line, but I'm fairly sure they are looking into getting it to what's it called? Roberts Bridge. Because if they can connect it up to Roberts Bridge, then they can connect it up to the south of the mainline railway. But that's a long way. Please show the lovely ladies and gents my local castle, Pembroke Castle. I'm sure I will show you Pembroke Castle. There's a few castles I got to go through. There is one surprising castle I have actually never visited. I have never visited Dover Castle. I live not that many hours distance for never having visited Dover Castle, but I've never visited Dover Castle. It's disturbing, but I've seen it in books so many times and looked it over in maps. Let's look up Pembroke Castle. I'm sure they have details of it, a picture of Pembroke Castle. If they don't, this is bad. I'm going to start complaining about this book. MMLP Pendennis Well, I mentioned Pendennis, but they got Pembroke, Percy. That's in 2. This is a good book. I do like it, but as I said, I'm not Pembroke, and they're going to get serious trouble from me. Pembroke. There you go. Pembroke Castle, this one. It's rather a cute building. Pembroke began as an oval earthwork enclosed by Roger de Montgomery on a rocky mountain promontory by the river in the 1090s. It grew into one of the grandest of the earlier castles built in Wales, with stonework added during the 12th and 13th centuries by William Marshall, one of King John's staunchest allies. Pembroke's dominating feature was, and still is, its cylindrical tower built 1200 to 1210 by Marshall. It is a massive 4-storey structure rising from a splayed plinth to almost 24.5 metres, with thick walls and capped by a remarkable stone dome. The castle enclosure was divided into 2, an inner small bailey of triangular plane, 2 sides of which were cliffs overlooking the river Pembroke, and a third side a substantial curtain wall with flanking towers. A trapezoid-shaped stone hall was built in this bailey in the 12th century, and a larger outer bailey. This was enclosed with a stone curtain and several cylindrical corner towers on the angles. A twin rectangular towered gatehouse and a powerful postern tower, part of the southern curtain wall along the outer bailey, was of double thickness for extra defence. Pembroke escaped the tower by Owen Glendaire in the 15th century, but the castle was severely slighted after the Civil War. Then the local population plundered it for stone. For centuries it languished as an ivy-covered ruin. It wasn't until the 19th century that the restoration of this great castle began. Henry Tudor, later to become Henry VII, was born here in 1457. In summer, the castle stages historical reenactments. Don Golding, how can we talk about Corfe without not mentioning Lady Mary Banks? It's possible. Now, what if my local council, Nottingham, had a brief suggestion to remodel, replacing its later manor with something older looking? Since the original keep was destroyed in the English Civil War, that seemed a bad idea. The castle destroyed, fulfilling its purpose. Anyway, the castle near me was brought down by Bacon. A good way to bring down a castle. Pork fat. If it doesn't, Coronsborough Castle is nearest me. 96. As a last resort, and as I fear YouTube has disappeared the message I've been sending despite it showing in chat on my end, I've sent it to you via Discord for the DM for comment. I will open up Discord. Let's get Discord running. Hello, Discord. Bam, bam. Hello, Manly. I've had a message from you. I saw a shotgun a few days ago that has this engraved upon the top of each chamber. This is coming through, right? No, that wasn't. Oh, that's cool. Saw a shotgun with that engraved. That was cool. JR. A crown. Very cool. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Ooh. Forgot to put the castle's book in the description. Just quickly put it in now so I don't forget later. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was the one with much of its lower walls, the original Roman. To an extent. Carmen, have you visited? I get the feeling you like. Have you visited? I get the feeling you like it. I visited a fair number of castles in my time. I do like a nice castle. Necessary, it allows me the advantage of drawing up the drawbridge and ignoring the rest of the world. And there's a castle for sale in Kent apparently at the moment for 15 million. I don't think a GoFundMe would sort that out. Sadly enough. Otherwise, I'd be going for it. Mm-hmm. Nick Waters, I would say Wales is the finest castles. Then I saw footage of Clarke in Syria, and Clarke's impressive. It is impressive. Tom Clarke, I hate to be playing. Did you ever get a chance to reply to my message on Discord? If I haven't responded, then probably it has died in the recent computer kerfuffle. It got lost. Or forgotten. Or is it to one side. But I will get back to that. I am slowly catching up with everything. I'm having to catch up with university marking first, but, you know, I'm slowly catching up with stuff. Mr. Bro, I suggested this like the link to the cipher of King James II. I'm sure it did. Dan Hoon, hey Mod, should we stop deleting Melanie's messages now? Stop being cruel. At least I don't think I've seen you doing that, Dan, so I think I'm now just winding up poor Melanie. That's it. I'll shout you a fiver towards the castle. Yeah, I said 15 million. No, but if you cut back far enough on the Armour, you might be able to assemble the funds. My iron brew habit is not that expensive. Seriously, I ordered 3 bottles for like £4 today. That's not really going to say it. That'll last me most of the week and be, you know, well, when I say most of the week, it'll last me into next week. I thought you'd be doing a GoFundMe for Naval Club. No, that's in central London. I'd have to deal with so many people in central London. And don't take it the wrong way, but I can put up more bookshelves in a castle than I can in central London. I can expand a castle far easier than I can in the rest in central London. Although, plenty of space in the Naval Club. But to be honest, and this is going to sound as heresy, but it probably isn't. The Liberal Club serves far better beef Wellington than the Naval Club. And that tells you where my interests lie if I ever happen to end up in one of them. Far, far nicer beef Wellington. Ooh. Beaumaris, one of my favourites. And one I often use with my engineering students and just go, this is pretty much has the plan for a perfect castle. It's just never completed. So you complete it. Work out how you build the stuff. What would you do? But it's a good book. It is a good book, and it's nice. Right. We can always hope my book's a bestseller. We can always hope. And Wellington, latest news: raid on bar's secret recipe safe traced outhouse in southern England. Yeah, to be fair, I have Scottish family. I would use them. It's in the areas, Michael. Also having a few lumps of masonry. Any changes bring so much grief. I visited Pembroke, not Carew. Though true, my book should be available for pre-order now. It's all with the publishers. Thanks, God. The Living Club, sir. I'm shocked, I tell you, shocked. What can I say? It's very, very good beef Wellington. It's absolutely incredible beef Wellington. Let's just I'm taking the Iron Brew funds for, say, 2009, 2010, and instead of investing them in Bitcoin, I think it was only 99p a bottle then. Potentially. Now let's see, 2009, 2010. What was I doing then? Yeah, I was doing my PhD. No, trust me, no matter how much a future investment of money would have been worth, the lack of Iron Brew would not have been good for my students or me. Come, it's pronounced Carew. Sean Thompson, just got notified my copy of the Black Swans class has been shipped, and your book is still on for the 15th of May this year. Cool. That's good to me. Right. If in doubt, go for a book which is, a bit of fun. Well, actually, very serious history. It's The Eastern Origins of Western Civilization by John M. Hobson. And it was causing a stir on Twitter recently, and I was quite shocked it was causing a stir on Twitter because this book was published in 2004. So anyone who's getting shocked by it now, 17 years later, really shouldn't be shocked. They should have read it. Now, before we get into the shocking topic that is this book, I'm going to say one thing. It's freaking common sense. Okay? You will get all sorts of people peddle all sorts of false history at you. But this book is very much common sense, and history is really common sense, because we know about the spice trade. We know about people sailing round the world and doing all sorts of trading. So basically this book says, well, ideas don't start off in a linear fashion. There might be an idea over here and there might be an idea over there, and they might get mixed together and then create this or create that, and various different things happen. There might also be people come up with similar solutions to the same problems, even though they're in the other side of the world from each other. All these things are realities. So this book basically says, hey, along with the trade, which we all know from history has been happening, there was the spice trade. There were all sorts of trade moving around the world. As I was talking about earlier, the reason for controlling the frickin' Middle East was for the trade going through it. Ideas went as well. Here's a shock horror. How many people, if you think about it logically, would think that merchantmen who do things which make them money would not look at things when they're in other places and go, oh, that's a good idea? Also, most people involved in merchant trade are gossips. I mean, literally. And don't get me started on sailors. Sailors will gossip forever. We all know this. Vast majority of sailors, when they get ashore from after being on a long voyage, will do two things. One, they will head for the nearest hostelry to get drinks, whatever drinks they drink, whether it's alcohol or non-alcoholic drink that their preferred drink. They'll be getting that. Secondly, they will start talking about their trips and their voyages and what they've seen. And maybe it will be what they haven't seen, but what they're imagining they're seeing, because the tales get taller as they get drunker. But leaving that to one side, there'll be a lot of exchange of ideas. This is common sense, okay? The idea that you've had a massive conspiracy of history where people haven't noticed this is, I think, wrong, because I don't see any history books trying to claim this. There are always, though, politicians who will, for various reasons. They're being stupid, because anyone who is able to apply the basic modicum of common sense can accept this. And it doesn't take anything away from anyone. There is a great example in here which talks about the invention of the printing press in Korea. This does not take away from Gutenberg. The presses are ever so slightly different. There are all sorts of different stills going on, and the fact is, honestly, the Gutenberg press works better for doing the mass copy. But the Korean one is a whole innovative solution, and it happens. I will say, though, that this book is in part its own enemy, because it does have an obsession with the phrase Eurocentric myth. And I wouldn't necessarily consider it a myth. I would say that if you're in a European nation, they will tend to treat you history from a European perspective. Now, there are fors and against from this. There are fors and against in all this. Honestly, when you're teaching, what you're teaching is as much dependent upon availability of sources as there is as anything else, as well as national curriculum. And governments which support national curriculums tend to focus on national events. Shock and horror. However, as I've said, once you get past that, and I believe the Eurocentrism is mostly apolitical, and if anything, it's a socio-media creative rather than a reality in history. This is cool. This is cool stuff. Let's go for this. The West, it's got a whole section which is about the West as a late developer and the advantages of backwardness, Oriental globalization, and the reconstruction of Western Europe as the advanced West, 1492 to 1850, has a chapter in it called The Chinese Origins of British Industrialization. Now, as chapters I have read, this is fairly well researched. But again, my one critique with this book, as I've said, most of it seems common sense to me. It's basically, sometimes in its efforts to correct, it can overcorrect. Also, he uses I, which frankly I've always been taught is bad academic English. We'll leave that to one side. Next, the most significant moment in the standard Eurocentric chronology of the rise of the West lies with the British Industrial Revolution. In fact, the British story constitutes the pivot of the Eurocentric account. For it's a universal idiom that Britain was the first industrializer. And indeed, pick up any standard economic history textbook on industrialization. The discussion will begin with Britain's early breakthrough in the 18th and 19th centuries. This much is proclaimed even in the titles of the major texts of the subject, most notably Phyllis Dean's The First Industrial Revolution and Peter Maffis' The First Industrial Nation. Or as R.M. Hartwell succinctly proclaims in answering his own rhetorical question, was there an industrial revolution? There was an industrial revolution, and it was British. The fundamental claim of this chapter is that although the British did have an input, nevertheless the story was significantly informed by other generated change. Marshall Hobson once noted in passing that the Occident was the unconscious heir of the Industrial Revolution of Sung China. But for the word unconscious, I concur because, as I argue in this chapter, the British consciously acquired and assimilated the Chinese technologies, either the actual technology or the knowledge of a particular technology. In this sense, Britain was like any late developer or newly industrializing country, in that it enjoyed the advantages of backwardness and was able to assimilate and refine the advanced technologies that had previously been pioneered by early developers. In a sense, then, the British can be characterized as Westerners like to cast the Japanese between 1868 and 1913, or after 1945. They had largely the derivative capacity and were excellent at copying, assimilating, and refining others' ideas. Whilst this chapter strips the Eurocentric clothing from the British Industrial Revolution, this is clearly a counterintuitive task. The vast majority of us continue to believe that studying 18th century Britain will furnish us with all the criteria that lead to successful economic development, otherwise known as modernisation. As Eric Jones puts it, the assumption is that economic historians should be looking at it for a unique transformation, that we have already found it, and that it was a British Industrial Revolution. This pervades the Western imagination, so much so that every school child knows this. Da-da-da-da-da. Now, here is the interesting thing, the transmissions channels from China to Cathay, to Europe. The knowledge of Cathay directly transmitted to Europe began with the many Franciscan monks who sojourned there after 1245. In turn, their tales were outshone by the wondrous reports of Cathay relayed back by Marco Polo in the later part of the century. Later on, the Jesuits were the most important conduit. Now, you carry on. The main problem I have with his book is his focus on history. As I said, I think he sometimes, and at some point it's like this. Is hundreds of books about Asia, written by missionaries to merchant sea captains, physicians, sailors, soldiers, and independent travellers, appeared during the 17th century. There are at least 25 major descriptions of South Asia alone, another 15 devoted to the mainland Southeast Asia, about 20 to the archipelages, and 60 or more to East Asia. Few literate Europeans could have been completely untouched by it, and it would be surprising indeed if its effects could not be seen in contemporary European literature, arts, learning, and culture. The main problem I have with it is that, in the nicest way, there aren't that many literate. There are quite a large number of the people who were pushing forward engineering, etc., in the early points were not exactly the most literate. But As I said, I have no qualms with the concept that the ideas were going backwards and forwards. In fact, it seems perfectly natural to me the ideas were going backwards and forwards. It's rather absurd to try and consider they weren't. And I'm telling them, my wife always asks what want to eat that's not beef Wellington. Sensible. So I'd start off with that one. Gives you variety. New IQ, some quick math says that to afford a castle would require each subscriber to donate £2,673.80 each. Potentially about it. Possibly. Come, I will drag you down to Guru. Thank you. One week's Iron Brew funds would have paid for the cat castle and more was like to you. I said giving away one Bitcoin per day for free to anyone that asks. I don't know. Andrew Owens, convergent development is far more common than people realise. It's just more sensible. That's good. Yes, but my little cousins are watching, so excuse me if I edit history just a tad. They're probably still watching. Their bedtime is 9 o'clock. And then they watch the rest of this tomorrow. So I am going to keep it just that tad part, the point to which that I will not get hit by cousins. Frank Gussack, if I recall, part of the payment for hospitality in the Middle Ages was a gossip. Yep. That's good. And does Malta have restaurants doing takeaway at the moment? If so, you can still get your beef Wellington. Beef Wellington. That's a good time. I haven't had beef Wellington in a while. Chinese did awesome stuff with water wheels, where Brendan had Sedine. A little bit. Carl goes, wasn't the Korean print press carved out of one page per plate, whereas Gutenberg has sets of letters? Honestly, I'm not an expert on Korean press, but I think that's sort of like it, yes. China was clearly a technological advanced nation. It was not in the sense of modern industrial machines. Come, what's beef Wellington? Okay, this is something I will have to deal with. I cannot have someone not knowing what beef Wellington is. Now, A. Right then, beef Wellington. This is beef Wellington. It is gorgeous. And there is a recipe for it below, which is the Gordon Ramsay BBC recipe. And it's, how do I put this? So, you're using beef fillet, and it's just gorgeous. It's beef with mushrooms wrapped in a pancake, wrapped in pastry, pretty much, and it's just lovely. I don't recommend using the alcohol because honestly, I find alcohol tends to dull its flavorings. But it's gorgeous, and it's it's puff pastry. It's just lovely. Beef Wellington is look. And before anyone starts thinking I'm being very very cruel, for my friends and family who are of a vegetarian persuasion, I do actually do a vegetarian version of beef Wellington. Do a veggie Wellington for them, which is stuffed full of vegetables and nuts and some lovely special gravy I put together for them, and it's really, really good. Why is history being edited? History is always getting edited by people. The thing is to keep teaching history, keep talking about history, and that's the way you stop it being edited. For instance, for much of European history, Europe was backwards compared to China. Yes, but I do think that the industrial realms were fairly uniquely British. Yes and no. You see, the thing is, this book is about the origins, and I do agree there are some ideas which they do take and use. And when you know something is possible, you then find out your own way of doing it. Agent, why are we expecting people to demonstrate common sense? Because it would make my life far less stressful. Picasso, hello. Politicians are being stupid. Nothing changes. They mislead themselves on the electorate, and if they go to seek advice, they want their biases confirmed. Yeah. Come. Hello, little Clarks. Hello, cousins. Literally, I'll need a laminated Blackburn bookmark now. That's what Rickons. I was trying to make my euphemism niece and nephew friendly. Yeah, it might be niece and nephew friendly. They would understand, but they would still understand it, and that would be elder cousins whacking me friend at a level. Andrew Reynolds, beef Wellington is a steak of English origin, made out of fillet steak coated with pate. Our father was out of French origin, made for the Duke of Wellington when he arrived in Paris after beating Napoleon the first time. And I think it was basically the idea was it was roast beef. It was an in joke because that's what they called the British, but actually the British like roast beef, and it's roast beef wrapped in lovely mushrooms, pancake, and pastry. It's basically every British person's dream if they eat meat. It's beef wrapped in pastry. It's a whole fillet of beef. We're happy. I recommend crepe, or as I said, pancake earlier, and Parma ham. I use both. Makes it very, very nice. I do a pork version as well, and I've been known to do a chicken version. Nice spot, Hopper. That's awesome. That's funny. Veggie Welly? I have actually one member of my family who's not able to eat meat at all for some reason. It's almost an allergic reaction. In fact, I think it is probably an allergy. And so, why should I be the only one who enjoys Wellington goodness? Andrew Reynolds, have you seen Director Naval's video where he makes 19th century ramen and selling us food? He is braver than me making food for you, making food and doing a video about it. Yeah. Must we admit that we were taught that Arkwright was quite novel as water-powered Comfort factory purpose-built workers' village. Honestly, to an extent, yes, he was quite novel. And Rapidary's back. And journals, as sarcasm, I copied the whole intro to the Beef Wellington Wikipedia article. Jonathan, I never understood why of all the UK things that crossed the Atlantic, meat pies were not one of them. That is sad. So it morphed into currently appreciation. Basically, someone said they didn't know what Beef Wellington was, and it's like my favourite food. You cannot not know what Beef Wellington is. It's gorgeous. Anyway, I'll get rid of the wet Beef Wellington now and we'll go on to the next book. Right. So, that was Beef Wellington. Yes, it is gorgeous, and yes, it is lovely. It is just as nice as I say. And let me put this, while I'll quickly got it up there, I will give you the recipe for anyone who needs it. And this is, as I said, this is Gordon Ramsay's recipe, which I use as the basis of my own recipe. And there's a link to it below on the BBC Good Food Guide recipe. It requires about 1 kilogram of beef fillet, preferably Aberdeen Angus. I have to say, usually when I'm making it, I have a version which goes for 2 kilogram beef fillet. 3 tablespoons of olive oil, 250 grams, that's 9 ounces of chestnut mushrooms, with some wild ones as well if you like. I like to do a mixture of chestnut, wild, and button mushrooms. And mine's usually, as said, I do it for about 2 kilograms, so I take it up to about 500 grams of mushrooms. He uses fresh thyme. I prefer a little bit of mint. He uses wine. I don't. He uses 12 slices of prosciutto. I tend to use Parma ham, and as I said, a very thin crepeish pancake. 500 grams of puff pastry, 4 if frozen for his. Yeah, usually a little bit more than that. Flour for dusting, and 2 egg yolks beaten with a teaspoon of water. So it requires make sure the oven's at 220 degrees centigrade and a fan 200, but I usually go for 220 because you want to make sure the beef is cooked properly. You stick the beef in fillet first on a roasting tray, brush it with the olive oil, season it how you like, and then roast for 15 to 20 minutes. I would normally, again, with my 200 grams, I do about 2 kilograms, I do about 30 minutes. And then remove from the oven to cool, chill in the fridge for about 20 minutes. I'm not sure I often do the chilling in the fridge. Again, I tend to cook it for slightly longer. My family tend to like their beef more well done than not done. While the beef is cooling, you don't have plenty of time to chop and prep everything. And let's put it this way. You can use a food processor, but chopping the mushrooms is far, far nicer for getting the right sort of texture. And I do have one friend who mixes breadcrumbs in with their mushrooms, mainly to try and get a sort of more consistent, but also a slightly stronger bond. Then you fry off the mushrooms with the mint, usually in my case, but thyme in the case of good old Gordon Ramsay. He uses the wine on the mushroom mixture. I wouldn't use the wine. Sometimes if I want to use something instead of wine, I will use syrup, maple syrup or something like that. Quite nice. Carmen, I'm sure you have some pictures of Kerry, but I'm talking about Beef Wellington mount. And then you basically start assembling it. And eventually it goes in the oven for a while. And it's gorgeous when it comes out. It is gorgeous. It's always worth it. Now, sometimes you get some really, really cool books. Rosa, I never heard of Beef Wellington, but it looks undercooked. I thought your favourite food was haggis. Haggis is lovely. Beef Wellington is gorgeous. Haggis is what my family does have a lot of. We have thanks to our Scottish roots, but yeah, we also love Beef Wellington. Karen, do you accept books off viewers for reviews? Of course, on the basis they are returned. Not normally, but that's mainly because once I have a book, I like to I accept recommendations for books to buy and requests to buy, and I will tend to, if you don't mind me waiting to the end of the month, I do tend to buy them if I don't already have them, or I'll review them if I already have them. But the reason I do that is I tend to keep them is because my students tend to watch and ask and want to borrow it, and therefore it's good to keep make sure I always have a copy myself. So. This book used to be in Surrey County Council libraries. And then they had it for sale for £2. And frankly, whilst I oppose with all my heart the idea of reducing books in our libraries, it was for £2. It's good. It is very good. And as you can see, Armour. Also, I'm fairly sure that cod piece is compensating for something. Again, I know some people actually did go into battle dressed like that, but I honestly can't understand it. You know, after growing up in a scenario where we always think in terms of camouflage, the idea of being so richly decorated and going onto a battlefield seems absurd. That's good. Do you use a pie plate when you cook it? Occasionally I do. Honestly, I tend to use a roasting tray for quite a lot of it. Rosa, that sounds like what? How many are we feeding? With the 2 kilograms? Usually I'm feeding about 8 people. But my family likes seconds, and they like to have they like to have a nice thick slice. What's the punchline on his shirt today? There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere. Standard Buzz Lightyear one. We do have a few of us. It's like Armour like this. And by the way, This is why this book is one of the reasons why I love getting into the concept of discussions when people tell me, "Oh, boob armor wouldn't have happened," and I can say that because my cousins have heard me use that phrase before. Here is the thing: it did. If you have women fighting, they will need protection, and I'm not talking about the weird stuff which some computer games put women in, which looks absurd. But yeah, you're going to need. Let's be honest. If the armor is shaped to deal with the corpulent figure of Henry VIII, when he was quite corpulent, then it's going to be shaped to deal with other things. Because guess what? If you are ordering your armor and you're paying for it, then what you want and it fitting you is what it'll be built for. And the concept that, hey, women didn't ever wear armor. That's wrong. We know that's wrong. Because, well, for starters, there's this lady called Joan of Arc. And there's another one called Elizabeth I. She likes to wear an armor breastplate. Lucas Junch, will there ever be a cooking show? Jingles, Naval, and Dr. Clarke. That'd be fun. Cooking with Jingles could be cool. Your office is the Hotel California books. They can never leave. Pretty much. Come on. Library should only sell a book when A, it's being replaced due to being worn out, or B, in having a more modern, updated replacement. We'd always hope. Library book sales a gift from the universe. That book may give Drac ideas. I'm sure it will do when he reads it. It is the entire history of arms and armour up to it's produced, and it's a very, very well written book. And again, people go, Dark Ages, medieval. Look at this Viking helmet. That's freaking cool. Alright. This, of course, is some of my favourites. This is a this is actually one of the 14th century great helms. A left belonging to Sir Richard Pembroke, this one. At one time on his tomb in Hereford Cathedral. And right, the crested funeral helmet of Almut von Prank, Austria. That's a cool helmet! Admittedly, if that's riding towards me, I'm mentally going to think, how much is that worth, and how much is it worth me killing you to get it? But, that's just me in that medieval period. That's basically my entire family's history in that period is people riding at us and us thinking, how much are you worth alive versus dead? Again, those shoes. Seriously, those shoes. Wearing them must have been a nightmare. That's good. I think the idea in fancy armor is so aristocracy on the field know who you are. Also, so if you're captured by levy troops, they know you're good for ransoming. Probably. Depends with my family. They weren't really good at ransoming people. They tended to just go, right then, we can make more money from you. Besides, if we take you out, we can take your lands too. We'll leave that to one side. Now, this is listed actually as parade armor, and I'm very, very glad because, honestly, if it's anything other than parade armor, then that should not be being worn. Sean Brennan, fancy your armour? More likely the enemy would want to capture you for ransom rather than killing you out of hand. You can always hope. Again, depends if they're my family. Boobs can fit in a cuirass. Even men's is strapped up and not too humble. Yeah, again, men's are always fun. Unfortunately, such a subject has been cooped by the dumpster fire of the culture war. Yeah. Again, I get some of the culture war I find weird. To all those who say Queen Elizabeth wants a word now. Yeah. She appeared in full armour at Tewkesbury, and it was to an audience who would know what armour was and what looked like. Nothing like a nice suit of armour to get you buried under a car park in Leicester. I don't think. Well, actually, medieval breastplates are concave enough to house inside. Forming special shapes. So any boob armour is completely unnecessary. It depends on the shape of the person, as again Queen Elizabeth would have explained to you, Albertowski. Depends on the shape and the proportions. Which is about as much detail as I'm prepared to get into it on this scenario at the moment. I don't know. If I was on Shadowversity's thing, I'd probably do a more detailed discussion with him over it, but that'd be on his channel. I'm discussing with him. This channel is about naval history, thankfully, not armour. Although I do wander into the books. Now, let's go to early cannons. This book would have an answer to our early question about stone or steel or iron. Let's go for 15th century artillery. That should tell us about. Well, plate 19. This is how old this book is. It calls the pictures plates. That's actually usually a good sign. 15, 17, 18. Plate 19. Hello. Right then. We have a little early cannon here. Hello. The most ancient all artillery. The first make toward the end of the century, heavy bombards the first cannon had come into use and were extensively employed in siege operations with great success during the wars between the Genoese and the Venetians. That was fought at Chicago in 1379. The Venetians brought 2 bombards into action, the larger of which fired stone cannonballs weighing 88.5 kilograms and had a caliber of 34 centimeters or 14 inches. The first makers of artillery in bronze were Bell founders, since it was they who had the greatest knowledge of casting in the period, but this meant production had to be limited to fairly small cannon. Iron could only be used as a wrought forged metal, because its high point of fusion made it impossible for uniform results to be achieved in casting. And uniformity of thickness throughout the length of the barrel was absolutely essential, since it would be subjected to considerable internal pressure. The system of construction with the wrought iron rods, however, presented a big problem in that the barrel remained open at both ends because of the mandrel, or core around which the blacksmith had to clamp the rods with the red-hot hoops. In consequence, bombards were made in two pieces, the tube, or barrel, and the cannon, or powder chamber. The powder chamber was plugged into the breech and either wedged or screwed into position. Thus evolved the first breech-loading cannon. Throughout the 15th century, the bulky pieces of artillery had been devised were of little use except to a besieging army. They might be dragged into a position before a gate or similar weak point in a city wall and fortress, and then that was to be attacked. But every change of sitting and laying, e.g. training the gun in the right direction for firing, was always a lengthy and complicated operation. Small cannon or mortars were of doubtful efficiency, and large ones were so clumsy to handle that it was a long time before they could be employed on a battlefield. Most, they were sometimes moved to an emplacement from which they could defend troops in entrenched positions. Toward the middle of the century, ribalds or death organs made their appearance. These consisted of a number of barrels, possibly 20 or more, mounted on a trail or gun carriage. This multi-barreled weapon could either be fired from all barrels simultaneously or in quick succession. A major weakness, however, was the length of time it required to reload it. Though ribalds are known to have been used occasionally, they were never very highly regarded. Advancing weapons came slowly, and bombards were still the most important piece of artillery being developed. Basically, seems to be by the mid-15th century, and that seems to be about when ships start to be mounted, that they are using iron cannonballs, or rather they're talking about cannonballs weighing up to 91 kilograms, mostly fired from weapons that are made of bronze. So, yeah. There could still have been smaller stone ones firing, quite probably, but it seems to be they are very quickly getting taken up into iron because of cost and ease and difficulty. Armour shoes. Machiavelli mentioned at least one battle where dismounted knights promptly cut off those loose toenails. That would make a lot of sense to me. Stephen Mackenzie, can you list the other historical statistics books you mentioned somewhere? I'll put them up on Discord or below here as well. Curious if boob armour and codpieces were similarly flattering. Probably. This King Henry was 6'1", and otherwise strapping. It's only after his jousting accident he grew fat. Yes. And also because he liked rich food. Not that I'm comparing him at all to me. Round is a shape. Round is a shape. It is a shape, yes. I can't. This channel is about whatever Dota feels like and the patrons vote on. To an extent. We're not talking about armour, as this is naval history. You and Jackie Fisher. You know what I mean. Shadverse actually makes some good points about armour in general. He does. I think I was actually. No, what I was saying is, if I was going to do it, I'd probably do it as a special rather than a quick discussion in this sort of scenario. I think we need to keep armour on ships for boarding parties. You only make a first impression once. I'm still looking forward to the age when we finally get back to having those great big, when we finally get to having, full exoskeleton metal body armor you can walk around in and just go bang. That's good. It's probably when I talk about boob armor, what I think is probably it wouldn't have a concave in material sort of like that going into you, but would probably have something sort of. But I'm not an armor. Peter Dawson, someone I know can get a cannon from this side of Scotland. Cool. Remember, what kind of weight are we looking at for a full set of armor? Trouble is, I have to now remember this in modern weighing. So, an entire suit of armor would be 20 to 25 kilograms. Not as heavy as you necessarily think it will be. Kahan, can you look at Discord, please? I will look at Discord. I'm in a good mood. And it is about 9 o'clock, so I might well... I'm not sure. How many books have I got through? I'm going to check Discord, and then I will check how many books I've got through. Stab Thompson has just given us the bilge pumps email. That's ooh, that's cute. It's a nice castle. There is one side I would be happy to attack it from. There's one side I wouldn't be happy to attack it from. And you can probably guess which side I would be happy to attack it from. Very pretty. Galman, how can I send my Tab 83 proposal to bilge pumps? As the lovely Stafford has just pointed out, the email for us is for bilge pumps is bilge pumps at let's see. Let me just open it up. Yeah. Bilge pumps. Let's see. Is it bilge pumps on SimSec or bilge pumps? Let me just check this one. He says checking his own email, which he did set up himself. And now he's trying to remember and going, yeah. It is bilge pumps of simsec at gmail.com. At Gmail. So I will add that in. And I'll put it in below as well. Hmm. 7 books. 20 kilograms. Yeah, my thing was going to my notes and then turning into Google Translate. That's good. I'm going from people who do hammer and stage fighting. Even boom without a middle of it would deflect blows to your stomach. Or worse, towards your neck and face. Nah. Depends how massive it is. No, 20 kilograms is the standard weight of animal food, so easy enough to check how well you could run. Also shows as a reasonable weight, people don't change. It was a mansion built in the 14th century, built to look defensive. Cool. Carmen, what's that? So what's the CIWS weapon? A missile and a 30mm gun, which weighs in at just over a ton. I think you're talking about. Well, you're either talking about the Russian system or the British system. I think it's the Kashtan in the Russian system, but I'm not sure that weighs in. And that weighs in, I think, at more than a ton. Yeah, that weighs in at but about 12 tons. There is a British 30mm which is fitted with the new missiles, but yeah, I'm not sure that really counts. No worries, Staff Thompson. You were most of the way there. Come on, the British one. That's just a Gamboy 30mm fitted with the new missiles off the new light attack missile, basically. That's got a problem. That I have seen museum pieces with belly armor which would also deflect blows up or down, but were necessary for atomic reasons. Yeah, lots of belly armor out there. Mark 48 Modern 4 with Martlet missiles. Thanks, Carl Casmo. UK, it used to be the case that you carried a weight relative to your own weight. Basically, the big lads got more to carry. Yeah. What's the most versatile type of armor? Gambeson would be my temptation to go for versatile armor in a European perspective. Some of the Chinese paper armor was pretty flexible. Right then, next book. Well, I can't sit here for ages about it and not get into it. 1,000 years of annoying the French. You know, I just can't do that. I can't, not talk about this one. No known relation, but you never know. There is a branch of my family which likes to call themselves Stephen, so could be a distant one. And here. All queens are illegal, but some are less illegal than others. Edward's mother, Isabel, had already tried to claim France for herself in 1328. She was the sister of the recently deceased French King Charles IV, who had died leaving a baby girl as his only heir. Isabel therefore argued that she was the natural candidate for succession. However, the assembly gathered to debate the succession refused Isabel's claim because, as a contemporary chronicler, Jean Froissart, recorded, the realm of France was so noble that it must not fall into a woman's hands. Okay, that is someone who really should never meet Elizabeth I. Or Elizabeth II. In the event, the vacant throne was grabbed by Philip VI, a 35-year-old champion jouster with a large army. The sort who quite often used to win arguments about who was going to be the medieval ruler. And Edward III seems to have forgotten about his mother's claim to the French crown until 1334, when Philippe made the mistake of declaring that he was a Scotland supporter. Trouble was further stirred up by the presence at Edward's court of a scheming French nobleman, a 50-year-old bon vivant called Robert d'Artois. Robert was King Philip VI's brother-in-law, and had fled to England after, it was rumoured, poisoning his aunt to try and steal her inheritance. If true, this was small beer for the times, but Robert was sentenced to death and exiled. When Philip VI announced that anyone who harboured Robert would be considered his mortal enemy, Edward took him in, made him an earl, and gave him 3 castles. A clear statement if ever there was one. A classic brother-in-law and French to boot, Robert could not resist whinging about Philip and egging Edward on to claim his rightful inheritance. According to a poem at the time, Les Vœux de Huron, the vows of the Heron, Robert brought matters to a head at banquet in 1338, during which he accused Edward III of being a coward for not invading France and cajoled the influential dinner guests into promising they would help Edward win the French throne. Robert did this by taking an oath over a cooked heron, a timid bird that symbolized cowardice, and getting the other participants to invent variations on the vow, a fashionable dinner party game in the early 14th century. Oh my god. Before you could say, who wants to pull the heron wishbone, Edward had announced his intention to go and grab the French crown, and even designed himself a new coat of arms, a combination of England's rampant lions and the French fleur-de-lis, the new Anglo-French banner, which would have come with matching shield, helmet, doublet, and squire's uniform, was the rudest, most provocative insult that Edward could have conceived. A bit like sleeping with a modern Frenchman's wife and putting the video on YouTube. With one bit of fashion design, Edward had just made it likely that the coming war was going to be very brutal indeed. Now, how to get funding for your conflict. Edward III was no longer a disturbed adolescent. In his mid-20s, he was, by all accounts, a well-bred and learned man, who could even write. His first language was Anglo-Norman, as it was for all his class, but he was able to speak English like a native, which of course he was, and could understand Latin, German, and Flemish. He also had, as one contemporary put it, the face of a god and used it to maximum effect, enticing countless women with the shake of his long blonde locks, a royal smile, and no doubt the odd Flemish joke. He didn't limit his charms to sexual encounters either, and as soon as the mind was set on war, he embarked on a spectacularly successful career as a royal conman, wheedling a war chest out of a whole series of rich bankers and merchants in Italy, Holland, and England, almost all of whom later went bankrupt when he failed to pay them back. England also pawned not only his own English crown, but the one he had made, rather optimistically, for when he would be crowned King of France. Philip VI, on the other hand, had severe problems getting funding for his war. Even in those days, the French liked nothing better than ignoring laws, and many of them refused to pay taxes. Philip had to resort to slapping a duty on salt and debasing his currency, calling in silver coins and reissuing them in cheaper metal. In the end, he was forced to top up his war chest by borrowing a million gold florins from the Pope. The Church in those days seems to have taken a much more liberal line on those 10 commandments that deal with killing people and coveting your neighbour's chattels. Philip used his funding to raise an army of some 60,000 heavy cavalry, many of them aristocrats in search of a reputation as knights. Edward did more or less the opposite, and wrote to England's constables and bailiffs instructing them to send him the most suitable candidates for warfare aged between 16 and 60, as well as selecting the best longmen, Most of these local officials also took the opportunity to pack off their thieves and murderers. So while France's noblest knights strapped on their armour and tested each other on the rules of chivalry, thousands of English criminals were swapping hints on the best way to stab tops, giving massacre a bad name. If any excuse is needed for the horrors that were about to be inflicted on France, it should be stressed that the French started it. In 1337, they began to raid the English coast, and over the following year, Rye, Hastings, Portsmouth, Southampton, the Isle of Wight, and Plymouth were all attacked and looted. English merchant vessels were captured, and French ships even sailed into the Thames estuaries. Rumours of a massive French invasion began to circulate, and it was said that captured Kentish fishermen were being tortured and paraded through the streets of Calais. The English quickly realised that this raiding business was a good idea, and the Norman and Brenton ports began to get a taste of their own medicine. Sometimes the English raiders were even able to steal back plunder that had recently been taken from their own towns. Soon no ship in the Channel was safe. The Cornish port of Fowey had a band of pirates who roamed the coast of England and France, and even attacked English ships. Though as Cornishmen they no doubt regarded the English as foreign too. Then came the invasion proper. In September 1339, Edward III attacked France with a force of around 15,000 men, many of whom were Dutch and German mercenaries paid for by his borrowed money. Philip VI was waiting for them at a place called La Flamangerie in northern eastern France with an army of 35,000. Even though Philippe had numerical superiority, he offered to make a sporting occasion of the battle by proposing a sort of tournament between the French paladins, its noblest knights, and the best men in the English army. This may well have been a jibe at Edward, who had been one of the paladins until Philip confiscated his French lands. Edward was spoiling for a fight, not just because he was that kind of guy, but also because his Dutch and German mercenaries were complaining about not having enough food and threatening to go home. So he agreed to meet Philip however he wanted, in a massive clash of two armies, or a more chivalrous face-off between individual knights. In the end, though, Philip simply didn't turn up. Cowardly, perhaps, but effective. Like an English pensioner hit by a rising euro, Edward quite simply could not afford to stay in France and had to withdraw. So short of money that he even had to leave his wife Philippa in Ghent as security for loans. His invasion, the attack that was supposed to sweep him to Paris and win the French throne, had lasted a month and got him no further than the outskirts of Calais. However, in terms of wars to come, the mission had not been a total loss, because Edward and his troops had created a brand new concept, and in a brilliant piece of doublespeak, they had given it a French name to hide the fact it was an English invention. The French word chevaucher had previously meant a harmless horse ride, a refreshing trot in the country, but Edward III now gave it a much less innocent meaning. As his men marched through France, he ordered them to destroy everything in their path. He even boasted about it in a letter to his son, the Black Prince, noting matter-of-factly that he advanced with our people burning and destroying the breadth of 12 or 14 leagues of the country, and their area around the city of Cambrai was laid waste of corn and cattle and other goods. He didn't mention that this involved torching whole towns and forcing the population to flee or be put to death. A similar technique had been used in England by William the Conqueror, mainly as a punitive action to put down rebellion, but this was how Edward planned to wage his whole war, in an attempt to make France so sick of the carnage they would capitulate. It was almost exactly the same argument that would be used to justify the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. If nuclear warheads existed in the 14th century, the only thing that would have kept Edward from using them would have been the loss of profitable hostages, and the danger the French throne would be too radioactive for him to sit on. I would also argue it's the same idea between Guillaume ideas for aviation and heavy bombers, so, it's sort of thing. French tactics are a joke. Edward III was obviously a cruel man, but one thing you could not fault was his determination, because no sooner did he return to England than he persuaded Parliament to vote him a tax on wool, corn and lamb, and to prove that he was an anti-rural, a straight 1/9 share of every townsman's property. He used the money to get his wife out of hock and prepared a new anti-French campaign, and this time he would meet with spectacular success. Aware that Philip was preparing an invasion fleet, Edward decided to hit the enemy at sea. In June 1340, he led around 200 ships, most of them converted merchant vessels, out of Suffolk and across the Channel. On paper, this was pure folly. Edward's ships were converted cargo vessels, whereas the French had rented highly manoeuvrable Genoese war galleys that were equipped with rams, catapults, and captained by an old Genoese sea dog, usually known as Barbarena or Blackbeard. These, along with shiploads of French men-at-arms, the medieval French term for men-at-arms, gent d'armes, is the original word gendarme, were now anchored in the large natural harbour at Sluis in modern-day Holland, tied up side by side in defensive battle line to prevent boarders. Edward's plan was simple. He would sail straight at them, board using his armoured troops, Men in medieval armour clambering over gunwales of a ship, a less optimistic leader might have thought this was not very practical. However, Edward did not know that he had one massive factor in his favour, a French weakness that lives on to this day. Philip VI's fleet may have had a great Genoese sea captain on hand to lead it, but Barbarena was outranked by the two Frenchmen in charge, Hugues Quiret and Nicolas Behuet, neither of whom was seamen. One of them, Behuet, was a former tax collector, and when Barbarena advised them to leave harbour and take the open sea, where his nimble galleys would be able to dance around the sluggish English fleet and sink it, the two Frenchmen refused. This is a very French trait. Today, it is a big manufacturing company is in trouble. Parachute in a graduate of one of France's grands écoles, someone who studied business theory and maths for 10 years, but never actually been inside a factory. The important thing to the French is not experience, it is leadership, or more exactly, French-style leadership, which mainly involves ignoring advice from anyone with lots of experience, but no French grande école on their CV. So Quiret and Behuet kept their fleet at anchor, while Edward sailed slowly but surely into harbour, discovered to his surprise that the supposedly defensive French line left them ships vulnerable to boarding from the side. What was more, the other ships being tied up alongside could not sail to their aid. While the two French admirals consulted in the manual on what to do in such cases, the English ships were able to clamber along the row of vessels from one ship to the next, first wreaking havoc with a bombardment of arrows. British longbowmen were seeing their first major action abroad, and then storming the surviving French soldiers, taking the rich ones prisoners and throwing the rest overboard, where their armour did not help them swim to safety. Any lightly clad Frenchmen who made it to shore were promptly hacked to death by the Flemish locals. Barbarena, the Genoese veteran, quickly realised that this was going to be a disaster of titanic proportions, even though the Titanic would not sink for another 572 years, and rowed his galleys swiftly away so that his men could live to fight for paymasters who might actually listen to his advice. Overwhelmed, the French leaders, Quiret and Bluquet, tried to apply what they learned of the theory of medieval war by surrendering and being held to ransom, but it was not to be their lucky day. Quiret had his head lopped off, and Bure was taken to Edward III's flagship and strung up so that the sight of his swinging corpse would demoralise the remaining French troops. Edward might have needed ransoms, but he was fighting total war, so the total that even the ship containing his wife and her attendants had taken part in the battle resulting in the death of a lady in waiting. It was the last time the Queen was going to accept one of Edward's invitations to take a spin on my yacht. The result of the encounter was that the French invasion fleet was totally destroyed, and France lost tens of thousands of troops. King Philip VI's courtiers were so nervous about giving him the bad news, there was left a court jester to tell him in joke form. "Our knights are far braver than English," the jester said. "Why is that?" Philip asked. "Because the English don't dare to jump into the sea in full armour." Like many French jokes, it had to be explained and didn't get much of a laugh. It's a good book. Right. Dope Squad. Unless your name is Max Hastings, when you're given 2 blowpipe missiles to carry for lying away onto a helicopter. Don't you? Remember, I love that title. I'm not even English. It is good. So it's nice to see the box tunnels to the side just inside of painting. Yes, they are ready there. When it's finished. It will be a while. It's basically, once I've finished the floor, then I can finish the shelves down there, move books from down there, put up the bottle wall, the iron brew wall, and then put more books up there, and then this space is cleared for railways. Gary Sassy, what's that? 3 castles or 3 castles? 3 castles or 3. Calvin, what's the best way to put 630mm cannon with attachment missiles? As Calvin Gasberg wrote it, Martlet and Gamboy, let's see, Mark 38 mod 4 with Martlet missiles. This book is why I never bothered with Game of Thrones. Real history is far more entertaining. Can't stop laughing, thank you. It's a good book. It is. This is one which you will make you laugh the whole way through. Nick Waters, sending the bailiffs is more difficult when a debtor has an army. That is a problem. Kings do... and if you don't loan the money to a king, he can cause you trouble in the first place. Now, jousting armor was ridiculously heavy. Hence the crane they lifted the knight onto a horseback. Oof. His description of English armies, criminals, thieves, and killers makes me wonder how he would describe Australians as effective. How did Edward III's wife react to being left behind on as collateral? Probably not well. What subject do you have the most content on? More detailed naval history, please. Well, probably my PhD thesis and tribals is going to be so 19 World War I to World War II has quite a heavy stuff, but I have quite a lot of books. Basically, anything. I am an absolute sucker for any book about any period of history from about Napoleon and about 1700 onwards. And I still buy a lot of books from that period because I also like castles as well. I do like castles. Books about castles or involving castles will tend to get bored as well. And any sort of naval ship book and quite a lot of the stats books. Scott, not loaning money to your king is a good way of getting tried for treason, thus losing the money you'd have lost anyways in your head. Yeah. Well, you know, it's far easier to say. There's a lot of books on trains. There is a lot of book on trains. There is a lot of book on engines. And engines and trains. And Rome. Yeah, there's a lot of books on Rome as well. And the Civil War. I do quite like some good books on the Civil War. Basically, I buy books. And for most of the human history, if you want to steal stuff legally, join the army or the navy. The navy's always good for doing it as well. So, right, shall we get another book? It is 9:30. Yeah, I've got to about 10 o'clock. Well, because he doesn't get enough, coverage ever. Oh, I'll do this one, and then I'll do this one, and that one, and that'll get me to 10 books. So, I have just given you what is basically the jokey side of history. This is the serious side. This is the 100 Years' War by Anne Curry. And it's a really good book. I tend to use it for teaching. And I tend to set it to my students when I'm teaching this particular period of history because it has two advantages I like to set for a core text for students. When I'm setting a core text, I want a book which is full of facts, easy to read, and preferably on the small side. Why? Because then a student's more likely to read it. The ones who are inclined to read will go and find their own books anyway. The ones who are less inclined to read... So, the joyous thing about this one is it has the full dynasties. And we saw Stafford's content about discussion about the Game of Thrones earlier is quite correct. There is... how to put it? A lot of parallels between the 100 Years' War, the various Wars of the Roses, the English Civil War, and the Game of Thrones. So this is the history of the period. Feudal origins. In 1337, Edward III held the county of Ponthieu, straddling the Somme. He also bore the title Duke of Aquitaine. The territory he actually held in southwest France was little more than a 50-mile wide coastal strip between Bayonne and Bordeaux. This is a far cry from the days of Henry II, when a king of England held the whole of western France, from the Duchy of Normandy in the north through the counties of Anjou, Maine, Touraine, and Poitou, to the extensive Duchy of Aquitaine in the south, with additional claims to overlordship of the Duchy of Brittany in the county of Flanders. Much happened between the 12th and the early 14th centuries, but in many ways the two basic issues of English royal lands in France remain the same. The relationship between the kings of England and France, that their tenure generated, and their rightful extent. It was impossible to find a peaceful solution to Anglo-French differences in 1337 because the issues had been so long-running, and had repeatedly proved themselves incapable of lasting settlement. The reasons for this, however, need to be seen in the context of each successive conflict, as well as in the problems inherited in the issues themselves. The other major stumbling block was that the dispute was between kings, and was thus much affected by wider considerations of international relations and domestic policies. As a result, the issues were always more than little local difficulties, often assuming Europe-wide dimensions, as is more fully explored in Chapter 4. That the lands were held of the King of France was difficult, if not impossible to deny, even in the second half of the 12th century, when the English king ruled more of France than the French king himself. After all, both the Norman and Angevin dynasties in England stem from ducal and comital roots in France. Both had thus accepted their obligation to pay some kind of homage to the French king for their lands in France. The fact that English kings were not sovereign in their continental lands mattered little while the French monarchy was weak and they were strong. Over the second half of the 12th century, however, the French monarchy developed its power largely by exploiting its feudal rights to the limit. However, here it was helped by internecine struggles within the Angevin family. Thus, in the Treaty of Le Goulet, King John was prepared to pay homage to Philip II, along with an almost unprecedented relief of 20,000 marks, in order to be confirmed as holder of the Angevin lands in France. More importantly, the treaty made clear Philip's right as overlord to interfere in John's government of his fiefs by forcing him to pardon the rebellious barons of Anglemer and Limoges. There were, during the next 137 years, difficulties over the notion of one king paying homage to another, not least because this implied an obligation to provide military service against the French king's enemies. If the latter were the English king's allies, there was a considerable danger that the possession of non-sovereign lands in France could impede English foreign policy. But the greatest problem was undoubtedly the French king's right as overlord to interfere in a vassal's government of his own fief. In particular, the French king could hear appeals that the subject of the vassal might make against their lord. In 1201, the Lusignan brothers, barons in Poitou, appealed to Philip against John. Philip followed feudal custom by summoning John to his court to answer the charges, when he failed to appear by confiscating his fiefs in April 1212. 2. In the wars that ensued, John lost all his possessions in the north, Normandy, Maine, Anjou, and Touraine, holding at his death only the Channel Islands, most of Poitou, and the Duchy of Aquitaine. Poitou was lost in 1224. This right of the French king to hear appeals remained crucial. The second, more general element developing alongside, the question of precisely what jurisdiction the overlord possessed in his vassal's fief. Could royal officials, for example, exercise their authority therein, collect taxes, summon the vassal subjects to the royal courts? As the theory and practice of government developed in the 30th century, these conflicts of jurisdiction were bound to increase. None of this was unique to the relationship of the French king and his English royal vassal. French kings applied the same degree of interference elsewhere, but most notably in their dealings with the Counts of Flanders. But the kingly status of the English royal vassal presented unique problems. Although they technically held Aquitaine as dukes, their policies there could not fail to be affected by their policies as kings of England. As royal administration developed in England, so too did the king-dukes seek to expand their control in Aquitaine. At the same time, the kings of France were seeking to extend their authority over the whole of France. It was not easy for the English kings to separate their notions of royal and of ducal sovereignty. Indeed, it was all the more difficult once the loss of most northern French lands had shifted the political centre to England. What was left in the hands of the Duchy of Aquitaine had been, after all, the most distant, least valuable, and initially least integrated of all the Angevin lands. The lands of the Angevin Empire had been held together before 1204 by the fact they were all held by the same person, who just happened to be King of England as well. Over the course of the reign of Henry III, the nature of the remaining continental landholdings changed. When in 1254 he bestowed the revenues of the duchy on his eldest son, the Lord Edward, later Edward I, he did so in such a manner that they may never be separated from the crown, but should remain to the King of England forever. By this date, it was not earlier, the duchy was seen as an inalienable part of the English crown, although still technically possessed and ruled by the kings as Duke of Aquitaine. Aquitaine was never an easy area to govern. Its semi-independent and frequently feuding nobility had caused problems even for earlier dukes. It had complicated tenurial patterns, a lack of the sort of feudalism common to the other Angevin territories of England, Normandy and Anjou, and a stress on Roman rather than customary laws, and throughout its tenure by English kings, its rule remained an exercise in persuasion. Relations between the king, duke, and Gascon nobility formed a crucial element in Anglo-French animosity. Some nobles held of both kings and could exploit the conflict to their own ends. Some wavered in their loyalty and could be persuaded by the French king's officials to appeal against the lord. Others remained loyal to the English king despite French pressure and personal losses. That's history. That's a lot of fun. Which Civil War? The English Civil War mainly. The French have too many of them. But also, as I said, the Wars of the Roses are all going on. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. Yep. Sean Thomas, Dr. Prof. Grove will be is discussed on Bill Trump's coming out on Wednesday. He was a very cool guy. He was a very, very cool guy. And let's put this way, last book for today. Mainly because then I will just finish off the Iron Brew and chat away with you. Now, This is, of course, the famous Lord Montgomery, A Concise History of Warfare. And it's a cool book. Mainly it's cool because it has things in it which, you know, let's talk about just... The Battle of Bouvines in 1214 and Murat in 1476, warfare was the rule in Europe. Disintegration of the Holy Roman Empire was furthered by the struggle between the papacy and the Hobson imperial family, by the Swiss Wars of Independence, and by the wars of the Bohemian Hussites. The power of the English state was consolidated by Edward I's conquest of Wales, 1277-95, although the English attempt to conquer Scotland, 1296 to 1328, was a failure. Then came the clash between England and France. A series of English invasions between 1337 and 1453, together known as the 100 Years' War. From the military point of view, these wars are immensely important. The knights, the castes, and feudalism gave way to the infantrymen, to firearms, and to professionalism. Strategically, it became clear that the defensive with weapons available could win battles provided the enemy could be induced to attack. But to win campaigns, offensive action was necessary. Tactically, the superiority passed to new missile weapons, and these, rather than shock action, became the decisive factor in battle. Eventually, the gun was proved the most powerful instrument of war during the next 600 years. But although artillery was effective by the beginning of the 15th century, the full impact of firearms was not felt for a long time after their first appearance. Interest in this period focused rather on the revolutionary achievement of infantry, both spearmen and archers, who wrested from heavy cavalry its 1,000-year mastery of the battlefield. The Battle of Hastings confirmed the supremacy of heavy cavalry, inaugurated by the Battle of Andriopol in 1378. No commander in Western Europe, before the mid-13th century, grasped the lessons of Crusades. That the tactical sum of infantry and cavalry, when carefully coordinated, was far greater than the sum of the two parts when acting separately. Infantry became, for the most part, despised, though it is true that mercenary Flemish pikemen and Genoese crossbowmen were proficient and useful fighters in the 12th and 13th century. Crossbow continued to evolve till the end of the 15th century. It was basically a miniature ballista, a small stiff bow set crosswire at the end of the stock. Eventually, the bow was made of steel, being drawn by cord and pulley or rack and pinion, and discharged a short iron-headed bolt. The weapon was heavy, slow to operate, and did not work in wet weather, but it had advantages. It was accurate up to a range of about 100 yards, could be handled by relatively untrained men who were not strong enough to draw a longbow, and was a particularly good weapon for defensive loophole shooting. Armour was in a continual process of development. By 1200, the conical helmet, it just seems appropriate. Was giving way to the pot-turn. An iron cylinder covering the whole head with slits to enable the wearer to see and breathe. The long mail tunic was supplanted by the surcoat and quilted protections called gambesons. Poorer men might wear the gambeson alone without metal armour. Chainmail was made finer, more supple and close-fitting. Plate armour was developed of the 14th century, but by 1250 men began to improve their mail armour by the addition of metal plate caps for the knees and elbows and shins. Then the cuirass appeared. This provided a tougher protection against sword blows, but was heavy and left gaps. At Benevento in 1266, there were 1,200 German cavalry armed with breastplates, whose advance was irresistible until the French noticed they could stab them in the armpits with rapiers. Light cavalry, such as the German Panzerati, was used only for skirmishing and reconnoitring, and never had an integral part in the tactical system in the Middle Ages. In the 13th century, an army still often relied for victory on weight and main forces alone. Groups of horsemen would hurl themselves against the enemy, hacking with sword or battle axe. Some commanders adopted a different tactic, dividing their men-at-arms into 3 battles or divisions. Success depending on the timing of each successive mass charge. It was, for example, because Simon de Montfort chose his gunner well, surprised the enemy, used his reserve line at the right time and place, that he won the battle of Loos against Henry III in 1264. By the 13th century, the feudal recruiting system was generally breaking down, although in principle, the armies of the King of France continued to be raised by this way, even in the 100 Years' War. Obligations had become confused, and the feudal system was irregular and unreliable. The contingents tended to obey only their particular lord, and would serve no longer than 40 days. A great disadvantage was that feudal levies consisted of amateurs, most of whom were not fully proficient in the use of their weapons. It is true that many knights had little to occupy themselves against sex fighting, but their followers were farmers, who had other occupations and little time to spare for training. Everywhere an increasing dependence was placed on mercenaries. In England, the king allowed his tenants to commute their feudal service for payment of a tax called scutage. With these funds, he could hire mercenary adventurers and their troops, landless younger sons, adventurers, refugees from serfdom. These professionals would serve their paymaster for as long as required. Sometimes, however, they could be a great nuisance. In the time of peace, mercenary armies might turn into gangs of bandits living off the countryside. One of the causes of John's unpopularity was that he brought over to England the mercenary crossbowmen of Fawkes de Brunt. These ruffians were still around in the next reign. Roger de Flore's great company, more than 1,000 strong, was made up from mercenary bands as far as the end of the Sicilian Wars. The best training in arms was to be had in tournaments. In the 13th century, these were more like war than sport. The knights armed themselves and fought exactly as they would in actual battle. The joust was a combat of individual knights, who charged each other full tilt with lances 3 times. Then, if neither had been unhorsed, they dismounted and each dealt the other 3 blows with sword, mace, or axe. The tourney was much the same exercise, but performed by a group of knights. William the Marshal, pilgrim to Jerusalem and regent of England for Edward Henry III, as a young man was the star of the tournament circuit. For several years he fought about once a fortnight, winning renown all over northern France and making considerable profit. In one tournament he captured 10 horses and 12 knights, whom he held to ransom. Commoners also had their war games. These might be bouts with the quarterstaff or sword and buckler, and tilting at a dummy with a bucket of water on it. The Crusades were sometimes described as a tournament between heaven and hell. With time, as life became more comfortable and tournaments produced too many serious injuries, elaborate rules were made. By the 15th century, they were more popular than ever and far less dangerous. Even so, in a tournament in 1559, King Henry II of France was accidentally killed by a Norman ancestor of mine. I love the way Montgomery puts that in. Who had to flee the country quickly. This is a cool book. Right then, so it's now time for questions till the Iron Brew runs out. How much? I have this much, so, you know, there's a fair amount there. Oh. Let's find the cat. Oh. Hello, Concise. Take care. But then if your rivals are indebted to the same loan shark, and he can afford some spare change to them, they cooperate in debt collection. Ouch. Any chance you could do something on the 3 navies of World War II at some point? Yeah, I'm happy to. I'll do something at some point. Garment. I'm now reading Tank Hunter World War I. Highly recommend it. And got a can of cider while listening to you. Life is good. That does sound good. That's good. I've got a book written and illustrated by my great-grandfather on Napoleonic military uniforms. I unfortunately can't give it to you, as it's the only copy I have, but could lend. That sounds cool, but do not lend it to me. That is the sort of book I would have for months before I'd send it back. Not because I keep reading it. So no. Send me pictures of it, though. That I like. Anthem, underground, overground, wommeling free. Remember, you're a wommel. Danrim, is the Panzeratis eyes and twos, but not larger ones? Pretty much. That's good. The best thing about crossbow was that the person who you gave it to didn't need years of training. Pull this back, put that in, point it at a horseman charging you, press that bit. And back to China. Love the magazine-fed Chinese crossbows. We all do. Although the Romans had something similar to that. Dan Freeman. Has the chief... No, he hasn't. Although that could be quite a fun one to see. Here, it's a Panzerati. Chieftain going... That's a horse. Hello, Animal 16365. Hello, America. Rosati, did you see the video of the TBM Avenger ditching off Florida yesterday? Yes, I did. I was very worried for the pilot. And also worried for the plane after that. All looks okay, though. Cameron, the thoughts on announced Royal Navy deployment to next vaccine next month? I'm not surprised. I wish... It's going to sound strange. The one thing... unfortunately, those are our best worked up... Probably our best worked up escorts, because they're supposed to be with the carrier group. But if you're dispatching 2 escorts to the carrier from the carrier group at that point, I worry about the carrier having enough escorts going forward. I would have preferred them to... In the nicest way, I would prefer them to have... had another ship available. So reinforce the escort group. Because you could do that. You could take... It's going to sound strange. If you're going to take 2 of the very well worked up ships from the escort group for that trip, if for that for a short while there is at least another British escort is provided, probably an ASW one is more useful in that area than anything else. If another frigate can be made available, that would be helpful. But probably they will do, because probably what will happen is Montrose or will pop round or something and will escort the Queen Elizabeth to Bahrain. And that'll be how they'll bill it. Carmen, any news on biddings and bilge pumps? That one I'm leaving up to Drac to organise. Because he knows about on me, I do. Recrossbow. Early armoury of piercing, fin stabilised ammunition? Yes, but you have to remember that the stuff also appeared in the longbow. In fact, the longbow's stuff is just absurd, some of the things that it has. It's in here somewhere, I think. Arrow. Yeah, the bodkin, etc. It's just not nice. It's not nice what they're putting on these arrows. Longbows, especially, could be mass-produced quite quickly. It's one of the converse things. The crossbow was more difficult to build, but was easier to use. The longbow was easier to build if you found the right wood and had the skills, but was more difficult to use. Alright, from Chicago. Wish I was drinking cider. I'm fixing the washroom sink. Yours will get your family more family appreciation. So, you know, just bask in the love of the family because you fixed the sink. Alan, what are the positives and negatives of Turkey dumping Montreux? Well, it makes their position a lot more difficult. The Montreux intervention is pretty much a critical thing that allows Turkey to enforce its control over the things. If it starts by dumping them, then well, the limit is 15,000 tons. Hmm. And it's the whole. You drop the Montreux Convention, that's great, but it causes more complexity than help, because if you drop the Montreux Convention, then Turkey then has to establish its own rules, which it probably has to establish unilaterally, and the trouble is that whatever rules they make, someone isn't going to be happy. They either make it completely open and free for people to go backwards and forwards, then they have no power over it at all, and the Russians can go back and forwards with very large forces whenever they want, which could, of course, be a threat to Turkish strategic security. After all, they've seen what's happened to Ukraine and Turkey were actually quite good friends. So they don't want to do that, but conversely, so keeping it that costs nothing, because they just go, well, that's the Montreux Convention. Ships are limited to 15,000 tons, other than capital ships, which are not supposed to be aircraft carrying ships. I'm thinking, might there be an astute or two keeping coming as well? I'm sure there will be once they reach the Indian Ocean. That's good. Apparently the plane will be easily recoverable and isn't badly damaged. We'll need an overhaul because of saltwater intrusion. And new prop, but otherwise should be fine. That's good. That is good. Azaski, Free Navies of World War II. When you reach the Polish Navy, please listen. Blajska Wika. Not Bazanka. Blajska Wika. Blajska Wiking. Blajsa Wisa. Blajsa Wisa. Thank you. That's good. Apparently the plane... that's done that one. And Wellington, British base in the Middle East is to come. Obviously huge dry docks. I know. Anyone would think we had long-term investment was going on there. Bad guy 889. How much different would the Battle of Leyte Gulf have been if Spruance was in command instead of Halsey? Or if all naval forces directed to Nimitz and not having to split commands? Well, I think if you've got Nimitz in charge, it's probably slightly more... How do I put it? There is a lot more backup on there, because... The thing is... If you have Nimitz in charge, and it's all reporting to him, then he can coordinate things better. I would actually have left Halsey in charge. Your options aren't really Spruance, it's Kincaid as 7th Fleet Commander. Who's a very interesting officer and is a good fighting admiral. If I had my choice of commander, I would have said strategic command, I would have had it all reporting back to Nimitz, definitely, but I would have put Kincaid in charge and not Halsey or Spruance. There's also John Collins out there as well. He'd be a good one. He'd be a good one to have second in command of Kincaid. That would have been a fun combination, that pair. That's an interesting battle there to Gulf. But if Spruance was in command... Let's see. Let's look him in the eye before I say this. He's calmer than Halsey, more methodical. But honestly, Laity Golf is... Okay. One of Halsey's strengths is that he's a committed admiral. Once he's made a decision, he will go for it once he's made a decision. The trouble is, he doesn't really listen to information once he's made up his mind. And... the trouble is... yeah. Halsey had a bobo in that battle, but he did okay. He didn't lose his entire force, which is the other option that could have happened. So I'm not going to complain too much about him. But yeah, if I had my choice, I'd have probably put Kincaid in charge and had Nimitz as the overall boss. But there again, the Americans do like their distributed command structure, it seems, sometimes. Manasavak, what do you think about the Russian involvement in explosion of munitions storehouse in the Czech Republic? Is anyone really surprised? In fact, it was the same team who came to Salisbury Cathedral. Doesn't even surprise me. Carmen, Welsh bowmen were the best. That is often something which the Welsh claim, but so did the Yorkshiremen. And so did the Cornish. Hamilton, even USN is basically pulling out a document. It's Messiah Air Force Base. Airbase and a curious underused airport next to it. Carmen, I've been working on listing stuff for sale today. Oh. Well, you certainly have earned your side of them. If Russia dropped the Montreux Treaty, well, yes, they would fine. So basically, this is the thing. For Turkey, keeping the Montreux Treaty is fine, is good. It holds people as organized. Count. Redeployment to South China Sea. I'm expecting it to be 2 Type 45s, 2 Type 23, then 1 Dutch and Russell. It's going to be 2 Type 45s, 2 Type 23, Dutch and American. And Australian will probably be joining them. I'm not sure about Indian vessels suddenly adding on. It's a heavy aviation cruiser, Derp Squad. It's a heavy aviation cruiser. It is now 4 o'clock. 4 hours up. So, you know. And fun, any views on QE heading to Japan about transiting Taiwan Strait? That's on the way to Japan. They haven't said what they're going to do on the way back from Japan. John Nelson. Rika's Epsilon. Honestly not a carrier, since she has a shitload of granite missiles. Yeah. Dandrin, Lake Deagle strikes me as an occasion when Nimitz should have forward deployed himself to command. That's the trouble, as Admiral Cunningham would tell you, after Matapan, he doesn't really get out much, because you need to be in a place where you have access to all the communication facilities and can do the joint command. And that's the problem. Animal 16365, Close and Wemston, who is the best and who is the worst? They're all of a much of a muchness. Cashtan has certainly a hell of a lot of firepower, to use the French, but I'm not quite sure about the capability of its targeting. However, that I do not believe it's as bad as some people try and pretend, because they go, oh, Russian, it must be terrible. No. Cashtan on the ships has a lot more reliable power, a lot more processing power to back it up. and a lot more tech support than the vehicle-mounted version, which wanders around the Earth. So I think it's a lot better. Honestly, I love the phalanx from the software and a targeting perspective, but weaponry-wise, come on, it's 20mm. You know, nicest way. What are we doing here? 40mm both of us is pretty darn good, and the Chinese have seem to have a very good system as well. But again, we don't know until we really see that working, how effective they are. Dan Freeman, I think there's a good chance of somebody's popping up saying hello. They'll all be popping up. Melisically, what were munitions where else went up? In the Czech Republic, there was a explosion a while back ago. That was Dr. Clarke. Dr. Clarke also mentioned purpose-planted forests in England. We did all sorts of things to keep longbows going. Yew trees planted in graveyards. Calm. Welsh is best. I'm Welsh, thus Welsh is best. That's good for you. I'm primarily Scottish and Cornish. So, Cornish. There's got yew forests, oak forests, many forests were planted for the military. Yeah, yew forests for the longbows, oak for ships. For the time I'd vote 76mm Otto with dart ammo. It always sounds good, but at the certain point at which the 76mm is getting, it's at that point where it could be very, very good or it could not, because if you've got missiles, etc., there's no clear distinction once that takes over. And I think the trouble with the 76mm Otto is it can mean you don't have the point defense missile system. And I honestly like the layers. I like having my 40mm or 57mm. I like having my missile. I like having all the capabilities I need. I know, 4 hours, only 2.5 hours to match the act. I'm not doing that. The man is lovely, but I have dogs to go and look after. That's my limitation. Well, I really am supposed to stop at 10 o'clock, but I'm keeping going because I finished the Iron Brew. Okay, I've been tried. I nodded off to wake up for modern day chatter. What's going on? I'm finishing off the Iron Brew and answering questions to the end. That's good. Heavy ocean cruiser, but not a carrier, and therefore can sail through the Bosphorus. Russia rules, luring like the interwar Royal Navy. Yeah, they've been doing it for a while. Yeah, aircraft carriers don't have a slightly downsized Sherwood Forest below their flight deck. Really? Oh, that will be quite good. And Russians used to sail subs under their ships. Whether they had magnetic clamps was a debate. Yeah, relayed sailors. Yes, Italian ships are both 76mm and 25mm in addition to multiple SAMs. The Italians get away with that. I'm not sure if other nations would. Animal 16365. I keep getting asked, what years does your expertise cover? Well, okay, so this is a long answer. My PhD thesis was on the development of naval aviation in the 1920s and 30s and why the Royal Navy ended up with the fleet air arm it did, and the carriers it did. My batch of dissertations were on aircraft carrier design and on the Falklands War. My master's dissertation was on Falklands War and sea basing for medium powers. My A-level was on 8-hour exam was on development of dreadnoughts. And my teaching experience runs the full gamut because I taught on the aspects of naval history course at King's, so I had to learn it, but I already was passionate and interested anyway, which started off with the Greek galleys and the Phoenician Wars, and finished with the invasion of the Alford Peninsula when I was teaching on it. I think it's probably got later now. And to be honest, I'm a geek and I love naval history, so I pick up books from any period. But I tend to write mainly on interwar period and World War II. Come on, here's my dream QE task on 2 Type 45s, 2 Type 31, 1 Dutch Type 2, with 1 Australian. Why have you got no 2 Type 23? 2 Type 23. 1 Dutch, 2 Burks, 2 Burks, 1. It's a Danish ship we've got coming with us, which is basically an anagram of a Type 31. Oz Destroyer, Oz Frigate, Canberra, 2 Astutes, 2 Virginias, 1 Amphibian, 1. That's all lovely, but honestly, have you thought about how to integrate that into a viable task group? I'm not critiquing you. It's it is a thing to aim for, but we need to do a lot more exercising and would need to share a lot more communications equipment to make that into a viable task group. We could do it, but it wouldn't be something that could be immediately done. Australian, Danish, American, they can be integrated quite quickly. As I said, the Indians might well come along. Who knows? But the Indians have their own aircraft carrier, so they might well bring her along as well. In which case, you have a pair of task groups. Scott, the munitions warehouse went up in 2014, housing export headed to Ukraine. The same 2 Russian agents who'd fought to be responsible for the Salisbury poisonings were there. For my third radar I'm thinking 2 twin 6-inch forward. It's almost nice. 4 40mm octuple gaplings of the gods around the superstructure, and 3 76mm on a 20,000 ton hull. That's an interesting ship. And UK QB 4072. How does the blowing up an ammo warehouse not count as an act of war? If the nation which had it blown up doesn't consider an act of war because it wasn't technically their munitions which blew up. That's usually the karma in calling us. Animal 16. Thanks. Now I'll be able to tailor my questions to your knowledge. Thank you. A lot of it is NATO, thus only issue would be Indian, right? Yes, mainly, but there is also other issues going on there, because when have they trained together? How often have they trained together? And this is one of the problems. You don't just throw task forces together. The classic example, of course, is Abda and what happened in the Second World War. This is one of the reasons why we do as much training as we do. So, putting ships together, that's great. And making them into an effective task group that you want to take into the South China Sea, slightly more complicated. There is a reason the Danish ship and the American ship have actually been practicing with a task group for most of the last year. So the core of that group is fine. As I said, the Royal Navy, because they've been still practicing as a wider group together, and could add in HMS Montrose or another Type 23 quite quickly, quite easily. But adding in other ships, it's going to take time. It's going to take training and experience. Right, I have finished my Iron Brew, and as I've said, I have got doggies to a little fluffy research assistants to go look after. So I'm going to say good evening to you all, and I'm going to say thank you to everyone for the chatting. Thank you to everyone for the likes. Thank you to everyone who's followed. Thank you to everyone who's done a super chat or anything like that. Thank you to everyone who's joined Discord and chatting away on that. Thank you to everyone who's a patron. You're all very, very kind. Thank you to very nice people who sent me computer stuff to help me fix my computers. It's really, really kind of you, because that's currently, otherwise it's waiting till payday. That's good. Well, I wish I'd done history instead of politics, philosophy, and economics in uni. Then again, the opposite would probably have been true if I'd read history. There's some good joint courses where you can do both these days. Come on, in which case, you get a very frustrated China shouting how unfair the world is. You always get a very frustrated China shouting how unfair the world is. It's one of their constants. I thought the Iran is based on the Iron, thus they would be easy as would Danish and American. It's always easy in theory. In practice, it's slightly more complicated. Take care, John Shea. Take care, Carl Harmon. DG40, thank you. Take care, Abazaski. Thank you. Take care, Greg. Thank you. Griff Selcy, thank you. Take care, Animal 16365. And Bug Guy, thank you. Thank you, Hedron, thank you. Lucas Jacks, thank you. Nick Waters, thank you very much. Anno, good night, thank you. 9640. Okay, my brain is wandering. On the Corals, when I see a P700 launch, they seem to be at a 30 to 45 degree climb when leaving juice. Is it the same on the aircraft carrier cruiser? To an extent, I think they are angled, yes. Take care, my 1640. All hail the mighty Catalina. Take care, Cajun. Thanks, Paul Johnson. Thank you, Sean Brennan. Thank you, Eric Stafford Thompson. But Dope Scott, it's not an act of war because of plausible deniability, lack of concrete proof, and NATO not being willing to go to war with Russia over the incident. Calm, thank you. And Mercy Great was expecting to read Jingles, where you place Catalina for some reason. That's all. Thanks and have a good night. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Thank you. Take care. Have a nice evening. That's what. Could have politics and history, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. I did all sorts of things during my degree. Take care, Rick Vasava. Take care, Dep Squad. Take care, Madison Slavic. Remember, you can always audit classes. You know, most universities are quite happy to let people audit classes as long as you book in. It's one of the fun things. Mainly because they think if people audit classes, they'll want to sign up for courses. Take care.